You know, we always have to find a balance between what market forces will dictate and what will be legislated. And that's where I think some of these factors have to be very closely considered as to what will be absorbed by the market. To me, I think 2 points are important. A, if the mass of population coming into the job market is skilled, they will in any case get what they deserve, and therefore some of these protections are not needed. Point one. Point two is a very important point that he just made. Ultimately, and the economic survey also recognizes this, sustained investor interest in the economy is what will create a virtuous cycle.
Yes.
So we have to work on, and the preface to the economic survey notes that it's not easy.
No.
Because of global factors.
Yes.
They've pointed out 3 factors, 2 of which are not in our control, but one is. And the one that is in our control is to provide a policy a framework in the country which allows investors and encourages investors to invest into the economy. They've spoken specifically about interpretation on issues such as taxes, transfer pricing, and so on in the very preface to the economic survey. It's not often that the economic survey is directly translated into budget provisions.
Right.
But I am hopeful that this time's economic survey, which recognizes such specific issues, therefore finds resonance with the other colleagues of the Chief Economic Advisor who would have framed the budget.
You know, Mr. Bhutani, we haven't really spoken about one key aspect. For the last several budgets, we've always looked at it through the prism of the impact of COVID. Are we done and dusted with that? I mean, can we now go well beyond COVID, or COVID held us back for so many years and therefore we are where we are right now? Are we well beyond that?
I'd like to believe that we are well beyond COVID. In fact, the concern is that the post-COVID recovery for the last 2 financial years has been so rapid and so robust that the concerns are on where will we end up with the growth rate for the current financial year, and what is it that the Chief Economic Advisor is predicting for the next year. I think unlike the prior economic survey reports, the current incumbent has been very, very conservative. Imagine projecting a growth rate for India less than what the IMF and the ADB has projected. They projected in the range of 7%.
But they were being conservative, and he said so as well.
To 7%. Yeah. Imagine an economic survey pointing out to more challenges rather than opportunities. And his way of pointing out the opportunities carries rider for everything. If we need to attract 150 multinationals to expand on the global value chain, this is what we need to do. If we need to increase the FDI, this is what we need to do. In fact, he's gone ahead and identified that the marginal drop in the FDI is not a concern, but the repatriation of profits that occurred, which ordinarily is deployed for investment, is a concern. So I think on jobs, I just wanted to add few things to my colleagues. We have to look at the breakup of the job market. 60% of the job market, give and take here and there, is all self-employed. 20% is casual labor, and only 20% is the formal employment that we are looking at it. We tend to focus on the third category of employment, but the first 2 category employment are lost out. So I would anticipate that the focus of the budget could be in certain industries which are capable of not just creating the formal employment, the third category, but it has a multiplier impact on the first 2 categories of jobs, casual labor. So for example, if you grow on the global capability center, or if you grow on the manufacturing side, you have more opportunities for casual labor, contract labor. If you give impetus to growth for global capability centers or for logistics, you have more opportunities for self-employed categories. So I think that seems to be the focus, because you cannot double up the third class of job seekers who are really the formal employers.
We've got a quick reaction just ahead of the budget coming in from the Union Minister Prahlad Joshi. Let's listen in.
बजट होने वाला है, और जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत का जो आर्थिक प्रगति हुआ है, उस प्रगति और भी आगे बढ़ेगा। प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में माननीय निर्मला जी जो रख रहे बजट, तो विश्व में आज भी अभी तेजी गति से जो बढ़ने वाले फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी जो है और हमारा ग्रोथ भी जो अच्छा है उसके लिए पूरक जो होगा वैसा ही बजट रहेगा और ये विश्व में जो हम तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं आगे आगे भी बढ़ेगा।
सर एक चिंता इन्फ्लेशन को लेकर के
Just another quick question for Mr. Mukundan before he leaves us, and we promise to grab him and bring him back later on during the day. You know, the global picture is not very good. I mean, there are two wars taking place right now: Russia, Ukraine, the Gaza-Israel situation. The Red Sea is in a mess right now. We don't live in a very happy environment. We never have, actually. You know, when one talks about India's success economically at this stage, how closely does it continue to be linked to what's happening around us?
So let me give you a counterpoint. Actually, we are in a better place despite all this. It could have been far worse. We should look at the positive. Number one, I think interest rates have peaked. They're going to come down. Despite all the strife around the world, the energy costs are almost stable. This is an opportunity for us rather than, because they will end at some point. And when it ends, it's going to be even better than this. So I always say that it's actually a very opportune time to plan long term. At the same time, going back to your job issue, I think CI has been saying for long that for gig workers, we need to adopt the labor code, social security. Hopefully government moves on that. But going back to the main point which you raised, I think we're in a good place despite all the issues.
We are. Let's hope that remains that way. And if that uncertainty wasn't there, imagine perhaps we would have had an even more beneficial impact. Any point that you'd like to make on the environment that we live in?
The only additional point that I'd like to make is globally, lots of dry powder exists in terms of investment in various global opportunities. India has to be competitive to attract its fair share of the global dry powder, whether it's private equity funds, whether it's corporates, whether it's thanks to COVID or otherwise. I think people are sitting on a lot of dry powder. We have to make sure that we continue with the environment to attract capital.
All right, as Mr. Mukundan takes leave, just for a little while, I just wanted to, let's just return to those images, that footage, if we can, of what's been happening a little while back with the finance minister now in Parliament. Let's roll that footage. He was with the president a little while earlier on as well. That's what has been taking place now for the last little while. We'll stay with these images for just a while. We've had several images coming in. So it's going to all start right now. It's 10:20, another 40 minutes away. There's a meeting of the Union Cabinet. That takes place in Parliament as well. That is essentially a stamp of approval for the budget. It is a formality. It's not as if anything radical can actually take place at this stage. But let me come back to you, Vivek. In as much as we talk about job creation and in as much as we talk about what needs to be done and skilling, there is what the economic survey says is the worry of artificial intelligence, a huge pall of uncertainty. When we talk about skilling at all levels, right? But the concern about AI is that it affects skill levels low, semi, and high. And this is a reality. We can't get away from it. That being the case, how do we address the concerns?
If we roll back into history, and I don't want to be philosophical, at the time the Industrial Revolution happened, people felt that job creation worldwide would go away because you would have these giant machines that will do what humans were doing up until now. I look at artificial intelligence as just one more step in that continuum. How this expands the opportunity universe. When the internet came, we all felt that lots of stuff will die down. But actually, each such revolution puts in place a chain of events which, if properly managed, can grow the world dramatically. Ultimately, all job creation, all economic pooling happens if you're creating economic value.
Yep.
Therefore, attract investor interest, utilize every such revolution in the best way possible. That is what I would say. Okay. So I'm not quite so concerned. I'm actually concerned from the perspective that if our service exports were to go down, that impacts a wide category of people. So what are we going to do? And I think the government is looking at manufacturing. The government is looking at alternative means to see how will India react if some of this were to happen.
We're also joined by Ashwajit Singh, founder and managing director of IP Global. Mr. Singh, thanks very much for being with us. Let me put you on the spot right up off the top. what are your three major expectations of Nirmala Sitharaman as she gets set to present the budget?
I can't hear anything, Ji. I can't hear anything, Ji.
Can you hear me now? All right, we'll come back to him in a little while from now. But let me, in fact, go back to you, Mr. Hotani, and let's focus on a couple of other issues. There's this stark gap between the headline GDP figure, which is great. Forget about the Indian numbers, the international numbers are phenomenal, and weak consumer demand. And in a sense, that's the overriding sort of message of where our economy stands. How would, shrinking that be perhaps the biggest challenge before this government?
See, a large part of the inflation figures are arising due to food inflation. Pulses, dal, prices of tomatoes, so on and so forth. If you look at the rise in prices of these food products, it's largely supply constraint driven. So one of the recommendations that's coming in the Chief Economic Advisory is that RBI should stop looking at food inflation as an index to be able to thrust a host of monetary policies to correct it. Instead, the government should look at enhancing the direct transfer. So it is very much possible that there could be a change in the approach of the government to be able to deal with the food inflation. Remember, the food inflation is impacting the common man, and these common man constitutes a large part of the voter category. Businesses are least concerned with the food inflation.
Yeah.
So you could see a enhancement in the direct transfer scheme to be able to address the issue of core inflation, because this will assume center stage in the minds of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister.
All right, images of the Prime Minister, we just sort of saw him there going into Parliament. There's a lot riding for this government, Modi 3.0, with this budget. They've come into power with weaker numbers, but the impetus for economic growth, absolutely imperative. There would be perhaps sharper scrutiny of the budget that in the past, with a larger voice, as it were, numerically at least, in Parliament of the opposition. So that's what we can sort of bring you at this stage. Let's just stay with these images for a moment. And I just want to know if we've got Mr. Ashwajit Singh back with us. Have we got Mr. Singh back with us? All right, Mr. Rajan Navani joins us from the studio. Thanks, Mr. Navani, very much for being with us. It's a question which I've been trying to sort of ask a lot of our panelists. I'll put you on the spot. Your three big budget expectations.
I think it'll be in the context of one big event which is happening, which has not happened. I think we are in the biggest technology revolution that the world has ever seen.
Don't say AI now.
Not AI. It is multiple convergence of multiple technologies. And I think that leads to digital, green, all of these, because I think today's budget is a directional budget. Everyone's looking forward to, how India and industry can invest further around certain themes. So definitely, incentive to invest in more capital in, investments. I think infrastructure, again, including digital, is a very, very large part. India's played a big lead in, digital public infrastructure, and how do we use that as a new way of showing what India can potentially do towards job creation. I think which is a big thing is the inclusivity and the multimodality of moving from jobs to livelihoods. I think the ability to understand again what technology driven change can make that happen, and certain incentives there. A large investment, I would look at allocation towards reskilling is a big one, because that's again something that is going to be needed, skilling, building capacity in young people. And I feel the biggest shift again, and I know you mentioned not to mention Gen AI, but I cannot not mention that, because we're deeply engaged with Gen Zs, and we see this digital always generation. Digitization, the technologies that ride on top of that are going to shape the future of a lot of what India can potentially do globally. And I think we would miss out a big opportunity if we don't recognize these sectors and commit to,
But what about, low-skilled jobs? Because the concern which the economic survey mentioned about AI is that it affects jobs across the board. When one looks at low-skilled jobs, and, presumably jobs where the income levels are much lower. If you do have AI, then it would potentially result in unemployment rates going up.
It's new jobs. So if you see today, delivery boys, car drivers, it's the gig economy. It's the ability to earn a...
महंगाई बढ़ाते हुए, बेरोजगारी बढ़ाते हुए, निवेश को कम करते हुए, कहने को कहते हैं 5 भी अर्थव्यवस्था है, लेकिन इतने बड़े पैमाने पे बेरोजगार हों, 5 में नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था का क्या फायदा है?
किसानों को लेकर क्या कहेंगे? कुछ किसानों को राहत मिलेगी।
10 साल में भी कोई उम्मीद नहीं रही, ये साल भी कोई वो नहीं है।
सर वो कह रहे हैं डेवलप्ड इंडिया हो जाएगा 2040।
चलो अच्छा, डेवलप करा दिया।
Previous budgets are anti-people budget and also not pro-poor budget. They are maximum protecting the multinationals and corporates. So this budget also, I don't think that the economic survey also saying that they are not listening to the poor people problems. The poor people are facing so many issues and because the price rise, unemployment. The previous budgets not address the price rise or unemployment. Common people are not getting any benefit of the previous budgets. This BJP government, Modi governments, they are always protecting the interest of the multinational and corporate.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे नहीं थे, बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Visuals now coming in from Parliament, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just arrived. The cabinet meeting will give the final endorsement to the budget, and thereafter Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be heading straight to the Lok Sabha to present her 7th consecutive budget. But this is also the 11th budget of the Modi government. We have veteran journalist Aditi Fadnis here. Ma'am, in 2019, there was not much of a difference between the interim budget and the final budget. Are you expecting any changes this time around? Because the political realities have also changed. Here is a coalition government.
Quite right. You are absolutely right. The finance minister said this herself when after she had presented the interim budget. There was hardly any difference between 2019 and interim and final budget. This time, I think we will see substantial difference. As you say, not just because of the changed political reality, but also a slightly altered economic reality as well.
And are you expecting some big announcements, particularly the negotiations which have happened, not behind the scenes, but playing out in full public view between Chandrababu Naidu and the government, where Mr. Naidu was in and out with his wish list?
Yes, of course, and I'm pretty sure that there'll be a substantial package for new cities, because that will cover the creation of the new capital in Andhra Pradesh. There should be an outlay for specifically for the issues that Bihar is facing, and other alliance partners as well. But the issue is not so much that as the macroeconomic challenges that the government is facing, which are translating themselves as political challenges. And the biggest is, of course, unemployment.
Yes. Are you expecting some kind of roadmap to be put out? Because, of course, there are elections around the corner, 3 states going to polls, and these are all 3 very, very crucial states, 2 of which are agrarian as well. So are you expecting some kind of roadmap, particularly to do with employment, to be put out? Because the economic survey also paints a picture in which the challenges on the job front is being clearly spelt out.
Yes, absolutely. And I am expecting women-headed households to get a higher outlay. At this point, women-headed households below the poverty line are getting, I think, an allowance of 3,000 rupees a month. There was before the interim budget, there was a demand that this should be doubled, just as Kisan Samman Nidhi has been doubled. So maybe we will hear that announcement. People are expecting that. And definitely on unemployment, this is a very serious issue which is cropped up repeatedly during the campaign, and the results show that it is one of the biggest challenges.
One of the biggest challenges. Ma'am, continue to be with us because I know you have to head to the, visitors gallery, the press gallery, to listen to the budget. We have Deepshika Kumar Anand, founder and CEO of Speakin, also joining us, and Ashwajit Singh, who's the founder and managing director of IPE Global. I will be coming to both the guests who are joining us, but before that, a word on Nirmala Sitharaman. You have tracked politics as closely you have tracked economics and finance.
Yes, I can't say with the equal attention and equal detail, but yes, I've followed politics for a long time. Mrs. Sitharaman has come a very long way since she joined the BJP. I think it was in 2012 or so, from the days that she became a member of the National Commission for Women till she became the finance minister, possibly nominated by the late Arun Jaitley, who thought that it was time that India got the first woman finance minister. She is very concerned about issues of women and has a definite positive bias about the travails and the trials, tribulations of working women. So we are expecting that this budget will show some of that.
All right. So thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us early morning here on NDTV. We will be going to our guests in just a bit. Slipping into our short break, the cabinet meeting is happening right inside Parliament, and this remains our top focus here on NDTV.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according
Welcome back. Just about, 20 odd minutes to go before Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, presents the union budget. There is an intense focus on this. We've been getting wonderful voices throughout the day. Janmajaya Sinha, co-chairperson of the CII Economic Affairs Council and chairperson of India of the Boston Consulting Group with us. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. Consumption at 4%, economic growth at 8%. How much of the finance minister's focus do you believe will be in trying to bridge the gap between the two?
I'm hoping that the finance minister's focus will continue to be on predictability, prudence, and the clarity with which the last few budgets have actually continued to move forward. So I am hoping that the fiscal deficit, taxes, tariffs, infrastructure spending remains. The consumption is a derived thing. It will come when other things fall in place. The two biggest issues that I feel, there are things which I hope and I expect, which will be continuity. The wish that I have, which may or may not happen, is a clear focus on water. Water is being ignored, I feel, and there is a whole policy arena around water which needs to be funded in the same way and thought about in the same way as infrastructure. I'm not sure anything will happen with that focus. It will help with agriculture, it will help with irrigation, it will make us less dependent on the monsoon. All this will help consumption. The consumption is happening at the pace with which households are actually growing their per capita.
It's interesting that you talk about water, because if we talk about the economy and fail to look at it from a climatic prism, then we run in trouble. So rising weather disruptions, in fact, we're in the middle of it even now, weaker agricultural incomes partly as a result of this, and consequently persistently high food inflation. At many levels, these are all linked. Now, a lot of this is outside the hands of the government immediately. I mean, global warming is a global phenomena. But in terms of a budget, what can we seriously expect to see?
You know, I really do feel that like we have focused on infrastructure, why do we only feel infrastructure is roads and rail and ports and airports? Infrastructure is water. Infrastructure is water.
Yeah.
We cannot run away from it. Desalinization is infrastructure. You know, I mean, there are a bunch of things. Why should it not be under PLI?
Yeah.
So I think water is really important. The other thing is, we keep talking about unemployment. My friend Manish Savarwal has said many times, it's not an unemployment issue, it's a wage issue. Everyone in India is employed. They are not employed in the jobs they want and at the wages they want. That's the issue. And that requires a release from agriculture to come in and get absorbed into the sectors where there is productive demand for them.
All right, we've also got Mr. Ashwajit Singh with us, also Deepshika Kumar Anand, the founder and CEO of Speak IN. Thank you both very much for being with us. Mr. Singh, consumption at 4% is a matter of real concern. If you were the finance minister, what were 2 or 3 steps, or what are 2 or 3 steps which you would look at implementing to boost that?
I think when we talk about consumption, one of the challenges has been the rural consumption. I think that's where we are probably lagging behind. So I would, in any case, be wanting the finance minister to focus a lot on rural development and agriculture as well. Productive agriculture. But when we talk about rural development, I would like to really, see empowering the panchayats a bit more. We spoke about we keep talking about the 73rd, 74th Amendment, but the way we've had infrastructure in the big ticket items, the railways, the ports, as well as, urban infrastructure, and we've got schemes like smart cities as well. I'd like to see some kind of resources being allocated for empowering panchayats, and in turn, that'll empower the rural part of India, because while the PM Kisan and all has been good to give them funds to really get over the COVID crisis, but I think we need to now sustain the growth in the rural economy, and that's where we need to empower panchayats. I'd really like to see some kind of a smart city equivalent panchayat coming up, which a challenge fund or some innovative financing that comes in at the rural level, where panchayats and the rural economy can really get a chance to grow. That's one. Number two, I'd like to look at schemes like the Mudra loan, trying to make entrepreneurs more in the rural economy, so they have that desire to be able to earn money. And the moment you've got money in their hands, you will also sort of come up with the consumption there as well. Innovative financing. The finance minister has been talking about, an economic survey, been talking about the need for partnerships and getting the private sector. She spoke about in a 2022 budget about blended finance. I see blended finance as a huge tool and a game changer to really get in. Everybody talks about where is the fund coming from. I think it's time for us to start leveraging the funds we've got rather than trying to find the new avenues for funding. So blended finance is something I'd like to see happening. And there again, blended finance could be in the form of innovative funds, could be in the form of funds which are covering climate, agriculture, health, and rural economy. So I think that's where you will get funding and because consumption is not going to change overnight. It's a slow process. So that's where you'll get funding in the hands of the rural economy as well. And finally, I think when we talk about CSR is something which is being neglected and not being monitored properly. We've announced a social stock exchange a couple of years ago. I would like to see the social stock exchange being actually a funnel or a channel for the CSR funding to go through, and a lot of more schemes in rural economy. That should be part of the CSR funding, which really reaches the rural economy. And I think the moment you go through the social stock exchange, A, you've activated the social stock exchange the way it was supposed to. B, you've leveraged more funding. You've given opportunity to people to join hands through the social stock exchange, and see you've got specific schemes which can be then independently monitored. And the most important thing is all these schemes need to be monitored for impact on the ground, for evidence on the ground. And I would like to see this budget move from aspiration to acceleration, from promise to delivery, and from ideas to impact.
No, absolutely. In a sense, the social budget is so important, which takes into account the aspirations of people at all sectors of our economy, where what the finance minister actually presents is translated and verified on the ground. Deepshika, let me come across to you. Just going through my notes, and it's a point we've been talking about earlier, but it's so important for our economy. Personal consumption, it's at 4%. We've discussed that, but that's a 20-year low, excluding the pandemic year. And household consumption, the survey has seen a decline in urban consumption and also rural consumption. When one talks about India sustaining its economic growth, how important is it for us to fix this? And are there any immediate solutions?
I think the immediate, hi Vishnu, I think the most immediate solutions lie with the lowest hanging fruit. I think a lot has been spoken about MSMEs. My recommendation would be, number one, to look at MSMEs as the primary source of mobilizing the consumption pattern in the country. I think one of your panelists talked about that it is the MSMEs and the self-employed which are nearly forming 80% of the financial movement or the economic movement in the country. Solving that's a puzzle, that's a problem statement, I think, which requires a solution for years. A lot has been done. Digitization, I mean, you see the briefcase moving to a tablet now, and that has been translated into a lot what we have seen on ground. But still, compliances are way too many. Governance is not transparent. It is not simple. We need a single window treatment for companies, say, for example, under a certain threshold of revenue and beyond. Similarly, one big part, consumption is directly related to the employment and therefore, and that kind of, falls back on the skilling problem. In terms of employment, there is no incentive today for organization. I mean, we have, you mentioned that one of the prominent political parties talked about, you commit to a certain wage, you commit to a certain, numbers or bare minimum. It's not possible. Even the corporate world is bleeding. MSMEs spend nearly 17 to 18% of their top line on just management of these financials over and above the tax that we pay. So I think that is the biggest problem that one needs to solve. And then, of course, into skilling and women would be the third part that I would want to address.
Sure, Deepshika, I just want to remind our viewers to hang on because we've got 10 minutes left for the union budget. We've also got two wonderful guests with us. Vineet Mittal, chairperson of the Avada Group. He's also the chairperson of the CII Task Force on Green Hydrogen. There's so much to talk about that. And we've got Vaishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder and chairperson Sustainability at Renew. Vaishali, let me come to you first. In terms of, the green economy and the need for promoting renewables, it's not just talk, which it was a couple of years back. You actually want a lot of specifics in the budget. What would some of those be?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me, Vishnu. I think we are in a great sector. I think the government has really made sure we've had a strong foundation over the last decade, and it's time, as you rightly say, to double-click on specifics so that we can accelerate the growth, especially in the new sectors, new areas, like green hydrogen, as you mentioned, offshore wind, battery storage, etc. So, so if I could say some tax incentives, I guess, for the corporate sector to, for example, for battery storage, if we can have the GST at a standard of 5%, and it's currently at 15%, if I'm not wrong. So things like that. I think people don't really understand green hydrogen as well. Yeah. So perhaps some incentives for R&D, etc., which can be done for offshore as well, so that there's greater understanding. Also, the technology for green hydrogen is outside. So incentives for us to set up in India would be very useful. I feel on the ESG, if I could wear my ESG hat, I think management of machinery is critical to minimize emissions as we, kind of take off on this Make in India journey. So perhaps some allowances and some depreciation incentives so that we are decreasing our carbon emission and managing our machinery well. It also help in our ESG reporting framework globally and in India as it's being sort of modified. So these are some of the things I can think of. For example, a great announcement was made in the interim budget by the finance minister on the solar rooftop scheme. Yes. But when you go and talk to people, it's great, and people who are going for the free rooftop, bijli, I mean, the 1.5–2 lakhs of investment in rural India is a lot of money. and the sort of the, kind of money is coming to them or the subsidy about 3 or 4 years afterwards. Can we sort of front end it, and can people get that money in their hands so that we can then accelerate this at an individual level of sort of sustainable cultural transformation which we want to see in our country
absolutely.
as well.
In fact, Mr. Mittal, let's talk a little bit about green hydrogen. How is green hydrogen needed for us to make it a reality sooner than later? Because so much of our economic prospects going forward depends on green hydrogen being available at a price that works with technology that's reliable.
So if you look at green hydrogen is relatively new topic. We used to hear from industry that there is no way to decarbonize steel, copper, aluminum, cement or mobility. Now the good news is that technology exists which can produce at scale green ammonia, green methanol, sustainable aviation fuel. What it needs is the same support which solar and wind got it in its startup days. So if Modi ji would have not started 15 rupees PPA in Gujarat for 1000 megawatt, we would not be sitting here and claiming that we have 195 gigawatt of green power today. So like that, I think government needs to have a bigger heart, and mandate has to come in where green hydrogen purchase obligation like renewable purchase obligation should be made on the obligated industry. And like we have the ethanol mix in the mobility, today Government of India, Indian Institute of Science and there is a South Indian truck company, they made engines which run 100% on methanol. Indian Oil is running a program since last 18 months in Tinsukia where they are mixing it, the methanol which they are producing, though it's grey methanol, with the fuel. So methanol doesn't require so much of subsidy, so green methanol 15% should be made mandatory. At least it will reduce our import bill and reduce our foreign exchange outgo. Secondly, we have one of the largest importer of ammonia. We import around 5-6 million tons of ammonia from other country. Even that import substitution with subsidy for the next decade for green ammonia would be transformative. So what is needed is that there are solutions, there are technology which are scalable. There are tens of players now in the industry who have the capability, know-how, team, financing to do it. But the challenge is that the government is trying to do, they have a clear 5 million ton per annum of green hydrogen mandate, which means 30 million tons of green hydrogen, which means 125 gigawatt of solar and wind. But then the implementation plan has to kick in where the industry which are going to be consumer, they should be incentivized through the renewable purchase obligation to do it. And second thing which is very essential, that in our country we all talk about that we worship Surya God and Dharti is Mata, and then we become kaput and keep spoiling it. And I've spoken on your October event which you do for the whole day, is that we have the solution locally. Now we have abundance of solar, wind, storage, pumped storage, which is in abundance. Use all of them and start creating the level playing field. Like thermal power today is at 6 rupees plus tariff. Capex is around 11 crore per megawatt. Solar, wind and hybrid along with storage can give round the clock green power 24/7. It should be mandated compulsorily by the state government that the future has to be green.
No, absolutely. And I just wanted to bring in Vaishali for one more question on this. In as much as we are talking about what needs to be done in the renewable sector, if you look at India and our overall presence in terms of our obligations internationally, by 2030 and going forward, we're actually doing a fairly good job, much better than several other countries. So in terms of where we are, how is it important to keep up the impetus that's been built up?
Exactly, and I was just thinking about this when Vineet was making some great points. The fact is that I think this internal approach of comparing with what we did with respect to solar and wind, which we did an amazing job, I think. We are the third largest in the space, as you pointed out.
Set to grow.
And set to grow 3 times over. So, and from 15 gigawatts, I think a couple of years ago, year on year, we're looking at 50 gigawatts year on year as we go, and perhaps more. So I think the targets keep surprising us in a positive way and give us work to do every day. But the important thing is to our mindset really, and as our Prime Minister has rightly pointed out, we're looking at one world, one sun, and one earth, etc. We really need to be mindful of the fact that we're competing with the world at large.
Right.
So the IRA in the US is offering subsidies on green hydrogen, which are 3 times that of what we are doing in India. So we really have to keep our eye on the ball with respect to what we are doing in India with respect to the rest of the world. It's not an internal game as much as it's an international game. It is a global energy transition and a climate emergency.
Okay, Vaishali, 1 second, hold on. We've got 3 minutes left. We've got 2.5 minutes left. So I'm going to interrupt you to state in 30 seconds your expectations, and I'll try and go through the panel.
Let me just pick up the cue from...
No, you've got 30 seconds. You have to give us 2 budget expectations.
Rationalization of tax rates to make sure that there is more disposable income. We haven't seen increase in threshold for last several years. And 2, a roadmap for bringing a revenue neutral GST rate. It's not a part of the budget exercise, but it could be a part of the agenda for the next GST Council or the next GST Council, such that you increase consumption. So it's a consumption story.
2 budget expectations.
Definite measures to increase overseas investor interest, including things which will help the sector that Vaishali was talking about, extension of tax benefits for sovereign and pension funds for investing in India in the infrastructure space. So that is one. Second, borrow the Ishopnishad quote from the economic survey. The government should give up a little bit of its power and let the private sector work. And I do want to see a directional trend towards that. That's also something which fits in with the philosophy of this government.
So you literally have 30 seconds left.
Okay,
So Vaishali, start.
I'll take less than 30 seconds.
Okay.
Just to, I think we just need to boost what we are doing and to accelerate, I think, our targets to get to a Viksit Bharat, to build a green sort of economy as we move along. Please don't forget women. We need an inclusive growth. So I have to make that point, given that my colleagues here on the panel sometimes forget to do that.
No, and in terms of realizing our demographic dividend, it's something that's essential. It's a no-brainer. Without a greater participation of women at our economy, and so none of these economic goals we have will ever work out. 2 points quickly, sir.
So,
it's already 11 o'clock.
So I would say
you're eating into the finance minister's time, but she's not started. Go ahead.
Build 100 gigawatt of transmission network if they want to succeed, and plan the capex for that. 15% at least capex increase on entire infrastructure spend. And third area is that women-owned, women-operated company should have an income tax of 15%, so that there is an incentive for families and the whole social structure to encourage them.
All right, well, it's 11 o'clock. House proceedings shortly. That's Lok Sabha TV that you see in the box in the center. So I wonder if Nirmala Sitharaman, who is very much a pro at this by now, has any sort of sense of being a little nervous. But that's perhaps not the case. Will this be a political budget? Will it be a budget in continuity? Will it be a budget that really pushes growth? Will private consumption be really stepped up? We've got the speaker come out right now, and we're going to cross over now and wait for the finance minister to present the Union Budget of India 2024.
माननीय सदस्यगण, मुझे अपनी ओर से तथा सदन के माननीय सदस्यों की ओर से अंतर संसदीय संघ आईपीयू की प्रेसिडेंट और तंजानिया संयुक्त गणराज्य की नेशनल असेंबली की अध्यक्ष माननीय डॉक्टर तुलिया एक्सन का स्वागत करते हुए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। वे हमारी सम्मानित अतिथि के रूप में भारत की आधिकारिक यात्रा पर आई है। ये हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि डॉक्टर एक्सन बजट सत्र को देखने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित है। माननीय डॉक्टर तुलिया एक्सन शुक्रवार दिनांक 19 जुलाई 2024 को भारत पहुंची। उन्होंने 21 जुलाई 2024 को आगरा का भ्रमण किया और इस समय व विशेष बॉक्स में आसीन है। हम भारत में उनके सुखद और सफल प्रवास की कामना करते हैं। हम अंतर संसदीय संघ के प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में उनकी भूमिका के लिए सफलता की भी कामना करते हैं। उनके माध्यम से हम तंजानिया गणराज्य की संसद के सदस्यों, तंजानिया की सरकार तथा वहाँ की मित्र जनता को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देते हैं। मान्य सदस्यगण, जैसा कि आपको समाचार भाग 2 के माध्यम से पहले ही सूचित किया जा चुका है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। अतः बजट प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात माननीय सदस्य कृपया बजट भाषण की अपनी अपनी प्रति प्रकाशन काउंटर से प्राप्त कर लें। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा बजट प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात बजट की प्रतियां आपको मेंबर्स पोर्टल के माध्यम से भी उपलब्ध करा दी जाएगी। माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 24-25. Introduction. The people of India have reposed their faith in the government led by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and re-elected it for a historic third term under his leadership. We are grateful for their support, faith, and trust in our policies. We are determined to ensure that all Indians, regardless of religion, caste, gender, and age, make substantial progress in realizing their life goals and aspirations. Global context. The global economy, while performing better than expected, is still in the grip of policy uncertainties. Elevated asset prices, political uncertainties, and shipping disruptions continue to pose significant downside risks for growth and upside risks to inflation. In this context, India's economic growth continues to be the shining exception and will remain so in the years ahead. India's inflation continues to be low, stable, and moving towards the 4% target. Core inflation, that is non-food and non-fuel, currently is 3.1%. Steps are being taken to ensure supplies of perishable goods reach markets adequately. Interim budget. As mentioned in the interim budget, we need to focus on 4 major castes, namely the Garib, Mahilaye, Yuva, and Annadata, the poor, women, youth, and the farmer. For Annadata, we announced higher minimum support prices a month ago for all major crops, delivering on the promise of at least a 50% margin over costs. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana was extended for 5 years, benefiting more than 80 crore people. Administrative actions for approval and implementation of various schemes announced in the interim budget are well underway. The required allocations have been made. Budget theme. Turning attention to the full year and beyond in this budget, we particularly focus on employment, skilling, MSMEs, and the middle class. I'm happy to announce the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives to facilitate employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period, with a central outlay of 2 lakh crore rupees. I will speak about them shortly, while more details may be seen in the annexure. This year, I've made a provision of 1.48 lakh rupees, 1.48 lakh crore rupees for education, employment, and skilling. Budget priorities. The people have given a unique opportunity to our government to take the country on the path of strong development and an all-round prosperity. In the interim budget, we promise to present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. In line with the strategy set out in the interim budget, this budget envisages sustained efforts on the following 9 priorities for generating ample opportunities for all. Number 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Number 2, employment and skilling. Number 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. 4, manufacturing and services. 5, urban development. 6, energy security. 7, infrastructure. 8, innovation, research and development. And 9, next generation reforms. Subsequent budgets will build on these and add more priorities and actions. A more detailed formulation will be carried out as part of the economic policy framework, about which I will speak later in this speech. This budget details some of the specific actions to be initiated in the current year towards fulfillment of these priorities, with potential for transformative changes. The budget also covers some of the previously made announcements with intent to strengthen them and step up their implementation for expediting our journey towards the goal of Vikasit Bharat. Priority 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Transforming agricultural research. Our government will undertake a comprehensive review of the agricultural research setup to bring the focus on raising productivity and developing climate-resilient varieties. Funding will be provided in challenge mode, including to the private sector. Domain experts, both from the government and outside, will oversee the conduct of such research. Release of new varieties. New 109 high-yielding and climate-resilient varieties of 32 field and horticultural crops will be released for cultivation by farmers. Natural farming. In the next 2 years, 1 crore farmers across the country will be initiated into natural farming, supported by certification and branding. Implementation will be through scientific institutions and willing gram panchayats. 10,000 need-based bio-input resource centers will be established. Missions for pulses and oilseeds. For achieving self-sufficiency in pulses and oilseeds, we will strengthen their production, storage, and marketing. As announced in the interim budget, a strategy is being put in place to achieve Atmanirbharta for oilseeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soybean, and sunflower. Vegetable production and supply chains. Large-scale clusters for vegetable production will be developed closer to major consumption centers. We will promote farmer-producer organizations, cooperatives, and startups for vegetable supply chains, including for collection and storage and marketing. Digital public infrastructure for agriculture. Buoyed by the success of the pilot project, our government, in partnership with the states, will facilitate the implementation of the digital public infrastructure in agriculture for coverage of farmers and their lands in 3 years. During this year, digital crop survey for Kharif using the DPI will be taken up in 400 districts. The details of 6 crore farmers and their lands will be brought into the farmer and land registries. Further, the issuance of Jan Samarth based Kisan credit cards will be enabled in 5 states. Shrimp production and export. Financial support for setting up a network of nucleus breeding centers for shrimp brood stocks will be provided. Financing for shrimp farming, processing, and export will be facilitated through NABARD. National cooperation policy. Our government will bring out a national cooperation policy for systematic, orderly, and all-round development of the cooperative sector, fast-tracking growth of rural economy and generation of employment opportunities on a large scale will be the policy goal. This year, I have made a provision of 1.52 lakh crore rupees for agriculture and allied sectors. Priority 2, employment and skilling. Employment-linked incentive. Our government will implement following 3 schemes for employment-linked incentive as part of the Prime Minister's package. These will be based on enrollment in the EPFO and focus on recognition of first-time employees and support to employees and employers. Scheme A, first-timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. Scheme B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to the EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. This employer-focused scheme will cover additional employment in all sectors. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons. Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. Skilling program. I'm happy to announce a new centrally sponsored scheme as the fourth scheme under the Prime Minister's package for skilling in collaboration with state governments and industry. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. $1,000 industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakh rupees with a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. This measure is expected to help 25,000 students every year. Education loans. For helping our youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under government schemes and policies, I am happy to announce a financial support for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. E-vouchers for this purpose. E-vouchers for this purpose will be given directly to 1 lakh students every year for annual interest subvention of 3% of the loan amount. Priority 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice, saturation approach. Our government is committed to all-round, all-pervasive and all-inclusive development of people, particularly farmers, youth, women, and the poor. For achieving social justice comprehensively, the saturation approach of covering all eligible people through various programs, including those for education and health, will be adopted to empower them by improving their capabilities. Implementation of schemes meant for supporting economic activities by craftsmen, artisans, self-help groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and women entrepreneurs and street vendors such as the PM Vishwakarma, PM Swanidhi, National Livelihood Missions, and Stand Up India will be stepped up. Purvodaya. The states in the eastern part of the country are rich in endowments and have strong cultural traditions. We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. This will cover human resource development, infrastructure, and generation of economic opportunities to make the region an engine to attain Vikasit Bharat. On the Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region. the industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in our growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Pir Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. An additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited. Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers. This will facilitate our country's food security as well. Under the Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways, and roads in Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai industrial corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bengaluru industrial corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided. PM Awas Yojana. 3 crore additional houses under the PM Awas Yojana in rural and urban areas in the country have been announced, for which the necessary allocations are being made. Women-led development. For promoting women-led development, the budget carries an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore for schemes benefiting women and girls. This signals our government's commitment for enhancing women's role in economic development. Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan for improving the socio-economic condition of tribal communities. We will launch the Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan by adopting saturation coverage for tribal families in tribal majority villages and aspirational districts. This will cover 63,000 villages, benefiting 5 crore tribal people. Bank branches in northeastern region. More than 100 branches of India Post Payment Bank will be set up in the northeast region to expand the banking services. This year, I have made a provision of 2.66 lakh crore rupees for rural development, including rural infrastructure. Priority 4, manufacturing and services, support for promotion of MSMEs. This budget provides special attention to MSMEs and manufacturing, particularly labor-intensive manufacturing. We have formulated a package covering financing, regulatory changes, and technology support for MSMEs to help them grow and also compete globally, as mentioned in the interim budget. I am happy to announce the following specific measures. Credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs in the manufacturing sector. For facilitating term loans to MSMEs for purchase of machinery and equipment without collateral or third-party guarantee, a credit guarantee scheme will be introduced. The scheme will operate on pooling of credit risks of such MSMEs. A separately constituted self-financing guarantee fund will provide to each applicant guarantee cover up to 100 crore rupees, while the loan amount may be larger. The borrower will have to provide an upfront guarantee fee and an annual guarantee fee on the reducing loan balance. New assessment model for MSME credit. Public sector banks will build their own in-house capability to assess MSMEs for credit instead of relying on external assessment. They will also take a lead in developing or getting developed a new credit assessment model based on the scoring of digital footprints of the MSMEs in the economy. This is expected to be a significant improvement over the traditional assessment of credit eligibility based only on asset or turnover criteria. That will also cover MSMEs without a formal accounting system. Credit support to MSMEs during stress period. I'm happy to announce a new mechanism for facilitating continuation of bank credit to MSMEs during their stress period while being in special mention account, SMA stage, for reasons beyond their control. MSMEs need credit to continue their business and to avoid getting into the NPA stage. Credit availability will be supported through a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. Mudra loans. The limit of Mudra loans will be enhanced to 20 lakh from the current 10 lakh for those entrepreneurs who have availed and successfully repaid previous loans under the Tarun category. Enhanced scope for mandatory onboarding in TREDS. For facilitating MSMEs to unlock their working capital by converting their trade receivables into cash, I propose to reduce the turnover threshold of buyers for mandatory onboarding on the TREDS platform from rupees 500 crore to 250 crore rupees. This measure will bring 22 more CPSCs and 7,000 more companies onto the platform. Medium enterprises will also be included in the scope of the suppliers. SIDBI branches in MSME clusters. SIDBI will open new branches to expand its reach to serve all major MSME clusters within 3 years and provide direct credit to them. With the opening of 24 such branches this year, the service coverage will expand to 168 out of 242 major clusters. MSME units for food irradiation, quality and safety testing. Financial support for setting up of 50 multi-product food irradiation units in the MSME sector will be provided. Setting up of 100 food quality and safety testing labs with NABL accreditation will be facilitated. E-commerce export hubs. To enable MSMEs and traditional artisans to sell their products in international markets, e-commerce export hubs will be set up in public-private partnership mode. These hubs, under a seamless regulatory and logistic framework, will facilitate trade and export-related services under one roof. Measures for promotion of manufacturing and services. Internship in top companies. As the fifth scheme under Prime Minister's package, our government will launch a comprehensive scheme for providing internship opportunities in 500 top companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. They will gain exposure for 12 months to real-life business environment, varied professions, and employment opportunities. An internship allowance of 5,000 per month, 5,000 rupees per month, along with a one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees will be provided. Companies will be expected to bear the training cost and 10% of their internship cost from their CSR funds. Industrial parks. Our government will facilitate development of investment-ready, plug-and-play industrial parks with complete infrastructure in or near 100 cities in partnership with the states and private sector by better using town planning schemes. 12 industrial parks under the National Industrial Corridor Development Program also will be sanctioned.
Veggie paper, no. Please, Patty.
Rental housing. Rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be, just 1 minute. Rental housing, I repeat, rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be facilitated in PPP mode with VGF support and commitment from anchor industries. Shipping industry, ownership, leasing and flagging reforms will be implemented to improve the share of Indian shipping industry and generate more employment. Critical mineral mission. We will set up a critical mineral mission for domestic production, recycling of critical minerals, and overseas acquisition of critical mineral assets. Its mandate will include technology development, skilled workforce, extended producer responsibility framework, and a suitable financing mechanism. Offshore mining of minerals. Our government will launch the auction of the first tranche of offshore blocks for mining, building on the exploration already carried out. Digital public infrastructure applications. Turning to the services sector, I propose development of DPI applications at population scale for productivity gains, business opportunities, and innovation by the private sector. These are planned in the areas of credit, e-commerce, education, health, law and justice, logistics, MSME service delivery, and urban governance. Integrated technology platform for IBC ecosystem. An integrated technology platform will be set up for improving the outcomes under the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code for achieving consistency, transparency, timely processing, and better oversight for all stakeholders. Voluntary closure of LLPs. The services of the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will be extended for voluntary closure of LLPs to reduce the closure times. National Company Law Tribunals. The IBC has resolved more than 1,000 companies, resulting in direct recovery of 3.3 lakh crore to creditors. 3.3 lakh crore rupees to creditors. In addition, 28,000 cases involving over 10 lakh crore rupees have been disposed of even prior to admission. Appropriate changes to the IBC, reforms and strengthening of the tribunal and appellate tribunals will be initiated to speed up insolvency resolution. Additional tribunals will be established. Out of those, some will be notified to decide cases exclusively under the Companies Act. Debt recovery. Steps for reforming and strengthening debt recovery tribunals will be taken. Additional tribunals will be established to speed up recovery. Priority 5, urban development. Cities as growth hubs. Working with states, our government will facilitate development of cities as growth hubs. This will be achieved through economic and transit planning and orderly development of peri-urban areas utilizing town planning schemes. Creative redevelopment of cities. For creative brownfield redevelopment of existing cities with a transformative impact, our government will formulate a framework for enabling policies, market-based mechanisms, and regulation. Transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development plans for 14 large cities with a population above 30 lakh will be formulated, along with an implementation and financing strategy. Urban housing. Under the PM Awas Yojana, Urban 2.0, housing needs of 1 crore urban poor and middle-class families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh crore rupees. This will include the central assistance of 2.2 lakh crore rupees in the next 5 years. A provision of interest subsidy to facilitate loans at affordable rates is also envisaged. In addition, enabling policies and regulations for efficient and transparent rental housing markets with enhanced availability will also be put in place. Water supply and sanitation. In partnership with state governments and multilateral development banks, we will promote water supply, sewage treatments, and solid waste management projects and services for 100 large cities through bankable projects. These projects will also envisage use of treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks in nearby areas. Street markets. Building on the success of PM Swanidhi scheme In transforming the lives of street vendors, our government envisions a scheme to support each year, over the next 5 years, the development of 100 weekly hearts or street food hubs in select cities. Stamp duty. We will encourage states which continue to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all and also consider further lowering duties for properties purchased by women. This reform will be made an essential component of urban development schemes. Priority 6, energy security, energy transition. In the interim budget, I had announced our strategy to sustain high and more resource-efficient economic growth, along with the energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. We will bring out a policy document on appropriate energy transition pathways that balances the imperatives of employment, growth, and environmental sustainability. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. In line with the announcement in the interim budget, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana has been launched to install rooftop solar plants to enable 1 crore households obtain free electricity up to 300 units every month. The scheme has generated remarkable response with more than 1.28 crore registrations and 14 lakh applications, and we will further encourage it. Pumped storage policy. A policy for promoting pumped storage projects will be brought out for electricity storage and facilitating smooth integration of the growing share of renewable energy with its variable and intermittent nature in the overall energy mix. Research and development of small and modular nuclear reactors. Nuclear energy is expected to form a very significant part of the energy mix for Vikasit Bharat. Towards that pursuit, our government will partner with the private sector for 1. Setting up Bharat Small Reactors, 2. Research and development of Bharat Small Modular Reactor, and 3. Research and development of newer technologies for nuclear energy. The R&D funding announced in the interim budget will be made available for this sector also. Advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants. The development of indigenous technology for advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants with much higher efficiency has been completed. A joint venture between NTPC and BHEL will set up a full-scale 800 megawatt commercial plant using AUSC technology. The government will provide the required fiscal support. Moving forward, development of indigenous capacity for the production of high-grade steel and other advanced metallurgy materials for these plants will result in strong spin-off benefits for the economy. Roadmap for hard-to-abate industries. A roadmap for moving the hard-to-abate industries from energy efficiency targets to emission targets will be formulated. Appropriate regulations for transition of these industries from the current perform, achieve, and trade mode to Indian carbon market mode will be put in place. Support to traditional micro and small industries. An investment-grade energy audit of traditional micro and small industries in 60 clusters, including brass and ceramic, will be facilitated. Financial support will be provided for shifting them to cleaner forms of energy and implementation of energy efficiency measures. The scheme will be replicated in another 100 clusters in the next phase. Priority 7, infrastructure investment by central government. Significant investment the central government has made over the years in building and improving infrastructure has had a strong multiplier effect on the economy. We will endeavour to maintain strong fiscal support for infrastructure over the next 5 years in conjunction with imperatives of other priorities and fiscal consolidation. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Infrastructure investment by state governments. We will encourage states to provide support of similar scale for infrastructure, subject to their development priorities. A provision of 1.5 lakh crore rupees for long-term interest-free loans have been made this year also to support the states in their resource allocation. Private investment in infrastructure. Investment in infrastructure by private sector will be promoted through viability gap funding and enabling policies and regulations. A market-based financing framework will be brought out. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched to provide all-weather connectivity to 25,000 rural habitations, which have become eligible in view of their population increase. Irrigation and flood mitigation. Bihar has frequently suffered from floods, many of them originating outside the country. Plans to build flood control structures in Nepal are yet to progress. Our government, through the Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program and other sources, will provide financial support for projects with estimated cost of 11,500 crore rupees, such as the Kosi-Michi intra-state link and 20 other ongoing and new schemes, including barrages, river pollution abatement, and irrigation projects. In addition, survey and investigation of Kosi-related flood mitigation and irrigation projects will be undertaken. Assam grapples with floods every year by the Brahmaputra River and its tributaries originating outside India. We will provide assistance to Assam for flood management and related projects. Himachal Pradesh suffered extensive losses due to floods last year. Our government will provide assistance to the state for reconstruction and rehabilitation through multilateral development assistance. Uttarakhand too suffered losses due to cloudbursts and massive landslides. We will provide assistance to the state. Recently, Sikkim witnessed devastating flash floods and landslides that wreaked havoc across the state. Our government will provide assistance to the state. Tourism. Tourism has has always been. Tourism has always been a part of our civilization. Our efforts in positioning India as a global tourist destination will also create jobs, stimulate investments, and unlock economic opportunities for other sectors. In addition to the measures outlined in the interim budget, I propose the following measures. Vishnupad Temple at Gaya and Mahabodhi Temple at Bodh Gaya in Bihar are of immense spiritual significance. Comprehensive development of Vishnupad Temple Corridor and Mahabodhi Temple Corridor will be supported, modeled on the successful Kashi Vishwanath Temple Corridor to transform them into world-class pilgrim and tourist destinations. Rajgir holds immense religious significance for Hindus, Buddhists and Jains. The 20th Tirthankara Muniswarata temple in the Jain temple complex is ancient. The Saptarishi or the 7 hot springs form a warm water Brahmkund that is sacred. A comprehensive development initiative for Rajgir will be undertaken. Our government will support the development of Nalanda as a tourist center, besides reviving Nalanda University to its glorious stature. Odisha's scenic beauty, temples, monuments, craftsmanship, wildlife sanctuaries, natural landscapes, and pristine beaches make it an ultimate tourism destination. Our government will provide assistance for their development to Odisha as well. Priority 8, innovation, research and development. We will operationalize the Anusandhan National Research Fund for basic research and prototype development. Further, we will set up a mechanism for spurring private sector-driven research and innovation at commercial scale with a financing pool of 1 lakh crore rupees in line with the announcement in the interim budget. Space economy. With our continued emphasis on expanding the space economy by 5 times in the next 10 years, a venture capital fund of 1,000 crore rupees will be set up. Priority 9, next generation reforms. Economic policy framework. We will formulate an economic policy framework to delineate the overarching approach to economic development and set the scope of the next generation of reforms for facilitating employment opportunities and sustaining high growth. Our government will initiate and incentivize reforms for 1. Improving productivity of factors of production, and 2. Facilitating markets and sectors to become more efficient. These reforms will cover all factors of production, namely land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, and technology as an enabler of improving total factor productivity and bridging inequality. Effective implementation of several of these reforms requires collaboration between the center and the states, and building consensus as development of the country lies in development of the states. For promoting competitive federalism and incentivizing states for faster implementation of reforms, I propose to earmark a significant part of the 50-year interest-free loan. Working with the states, we will initiate the following reforms. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms. Financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and overseas investment. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote opportunities for using Indian rupee as a currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing and management of data and statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. Sir, I start with GST. It has decreased tax incidence on the common man, reduced compliance burden and logistics cost for trade and industry, and enhanced revenues of the central and the state governments. It is a success of vast proportions. To multiply the benefits of GST, we will strive to further simplify and rationalize the tax structure and endeavor to expand it to the remaining sectors. My proposals for customs duties intend to support domestic manufacturing, deepen local value addition, promote export competitiveness, and simplify taxation while keeping the interest of the general public and consumers surmount. In Budget 22-23, we reduced the number of customs duty rates. I propose to undertake a comprehensive review of the rate structure over the next 6 months to rationalize and simplify it for ease of trade, removal of duty inversion, and reduction of disputes. I shall now take up sector-specific customs duty proposals. Medicine and medical equipments. To provide relief to cancer patients, I propose to fully exempt 3 more medicines from customs duties. I also propose changes in the BCD on X-ray tubes and flat panel detectors for use in medical X-ray machines under the phased manufacturing program so as to synchronize them with the domestic capacity addition. Mobile phone and related parts. With a threefold increase in domestic production and almost a 100-fold jump in exports of mobile phones over the last 6 years, the Indian mobile industry has matured. In the interest of consumers, I now propose to reduce the BCD on mobile phone, mobile PCBA, and mobile charger to 15%. Critical minerals. Minerals such as lithium, copper, cobalt, and rare earth elements are critical for sectors like nuclear energy, renewable energy, space, defense, telecommunications, and high-tech electronics. I propose to fully exempt customs duties on 25 critical minerals and reduce BCD on 2 of them. This will provide a major fillip to the processing and refining of such minerals and help secure their availability for these strategic and important sectors. Solar energy. Energy transition is critical in the fight against climate change. To support energy transition, I propose to expand the list of exempted capital goods for use in the manufacture of solar cells and panels in the country. Further, in view of sufficient domestic manufacturing capacity of solar gas, glass, and tinned copper interconnect, I propose not to extend the exemption of custom duties provided to them. Marine products. India's seafood exports in the last financial year touched an all-time high of more than 60,000 crores of rupees. Frozen shrimp accounted for about 2/3 of these exports. To enhance their competitiveness, I propose to reduce BCD on certain broodstock, polychaete worms, shrimp, and fish feed to 5%. I also propose to exempt customs duty on various inputs for manufacture of shrimp and fish feed. Leather and textile. Similarly, to enhance the competitiveness of exports in the leather and textile sectors, I propose to reduce BCD on real down-filling material from duck or goose. I am also making additions to the list of exempted goods for manufacture of leather and textile garments, footwear, and other leather articles for export. To rectify inversion in duty, I propose to reduce BCD subject to conditions on methylene diphenyl diisocyanate, MDI, for manufacture of spandex yarn from 7.5 to 5%. Furthermore, the export duty structure on raw hides, skin, and leather is proposed to be simplified and rationalized. Precious metals. To enhance domestic value addition in gold and precious metal jewelry in the country, I propose to reduce customs duties on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4%. Other metals. Steel and copper are important raw materials. To reduce their cost of production, I propose to remove the BCD on ferronickel and blister copper. I am also continuing with nil BCD on ferrous scrap and nickel cathode and concessional BCD of 2.5% on copper scrap. Electronics. To increase value addition in the domestic electronics industry, I propose to remove the BCD subject to conditions on oxygen-free copper for manufacture of resistors. I also propose to exempt certain parts for manufacture of connectors. Chemicals and petrochemicals. To support existing and new capacities in the pipeline, I propose to increase the BCD on ammonium nitrate from 7.5% to 10%. Plastics, PVC flex banners are non-biodegradable and hazardous for environment and health. To curb their imports, I propose to raise the BCD on them from 10 to 25%. Telecommunication equipment. To incentivize domestic manufacturing, I propose to increase the BCD from 10 to 15% on PCBA of specified telecom equipment. Trade facilitation. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship MRO, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. I'll read that again. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship maintenance, repair and operations, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. In the same vein, I propose to extend the time limit for re-import of goods for repairs under warranty from 3 to 5 years. I now move to direct taxes. We will continue our efforts to simplify taxes, improve taxpayer services, provide tax certainty, and reduce litigation while enhancing revenues for funding the development and welfare schemes of the government. It has been our endeavor to simplify taxation. We have taken a number of measures in the last few years, including introduction of simplified tax regimes without exemptions and deductions for corporate tax and for personal income tax. This has been appreciated by taxpayers. 58% of corporate tax came from the simplified tax regime in the financial year 22-23. Similarly, as per data available till now, for the last fiscal, more than 2/3 have availed the new personal income tax regime. Comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act. I am now announcing a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. The purpose is to make the Act concise, lucid, easy to read and understand. This will reduce disputes and litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. I will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months. A beginning is being made in the finance bill by simplifying the tax regime for charities, TDS rate structures, provisions of reassessment and such provisions, and capital gains taxation. Simplification for charities and TDS. Two tax exemption regimes. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% TDS rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% TDS rate, and the 20% TDS rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. TDS rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for TDS defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults. Simplification of reassessment. I propose to thoroughly simplify the provisions for reopening and reassessment. An assessment hereinafter can be reopened beyond 3 years from the end of the assessment year only if the escaped income is 50 lakh rupees or more, up to a maximum period of 5 years from the end of the assessment year. Even in such cases, a time limit of 6 years before the year of the search, as against the existing time limit of 10 years, is being proposed. This will reduce tax uncertainty and disputes. Simplification and rationalization of capital gains. Capital gains taxation is also proposed to be hugely simplified. Short-term gains on certain financial assets shall henceforth attract a tax rate of 20%, while that on all other financial assets and all non-financial assets shall continue to attract the applicable tax rate. Long-term gains on all financial and non-financial assets, on the other hand, will attract a tax rate of 12.5%. For the benefit of the lower and the middle income classes, I propose to increase the limit of exemption of capital gains on certain financial assets to 1.25 lakh rupees per year. Listed financial assets held for more than a year will be classified as long-term, while unlisted financial assets and all non-financial assets will have to be held for at least 2 years to be classified as long-term. Unlisted bonds and debentures, debt mutual funds, and market-linked debentures, irrespective of holding period, however, will attract tax on capital gains at applicable rates. Taxpayer services. All the major taxpayer services under GST and most services under customs and income tax have been digitalized. All remaining services of customs and income tax, including rectification and order giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. Litigation and appeals. While our concerted efforts to reduce pendency of appeals at various appellate fora are beginning to show good results, it will continue to engage our highest attention. To dispose of the backlog of first appeals, I plan to deploy more officers to hear and decide such appeals, especially those with large tax effect. For resolution of certain income tax disputes pending in appeal, I am also proposing Vivad Se Vishwas Scheme 2024. Further, I propose to increase monetary limits for filing appeals related to direct taxes, excise, and service tax in the tax tribunals, high courts, and Supreme Court to 60 lakh rupees, 2 crore rupees, and 5 crore respectively. With a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation, we will expand the scope of safe harbor rules and make them more attractive. We will also streamline the transfer pricing assessment procedure. Employment and investment. I have a few proposals to promote investment and foster employment. First of all, to bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors. Second, there is tremendous potential for cruise tourism in India. To give a fillip to this employment-generating industry, I am proposing a simpler tax regime for foreign shipping companies operating domestic cruises in the country. Third, India is a world leader in the diamond cutting and polishing industry, which employs a large number of skilled workers. To further promote the development of this sector, we would provide for safe harbor rates for foreign mining companies selling raw diamonds in the country. Fourth, to attract foreign capital for our development needs, I propose to reduce the corporate tax rate on foreign companies from 40 to 35%. Deepening the tax base. I have a couple of proposals for deepening the tax base. First, security transaction tax on futures and options of securities is proposed to be increased to 0.02% and 0.1% respectively. Second, for reasons of equity, I propose to tax income received on buyback of shares in the hands of recipients. Other proposals. To improve social security benefits, deduction of expenditure by employers towards NPS is proposed to be increased from 10 to 14% of the employee's salary. Similarly, deduction of this expenditure up to 14% of salary from the income of employees in private sector, public sector banks and undertakings opting for the new tax regime is proposed to be provided. Indian professionals working in multinationals get ESOPs and invest in social security schemes and other movable assets abroad. Non-reporting of such small foreign assets has penal consequences under the Black Money Act. Such non-reporting of movable assets up to 20 lakh rupees is proposed to be depenalized. Other major proposals in the finance bill relate to withdrawal of equalization levy of 2%, expansion of tax benefits to certain funds and entities in IFSCs, and immunity from penalty and prosecution to Benamidar on full and true disclosure so as to improve conviction under the Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988. Personal income tax. Coming to personal income tax rates, I have two announcements to make for those opting for the new tax regime. First, the standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. Similarly, deduction on family pension for pensioners is proposed to be enhanced from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. This will provide relief to about 4 crore salaried individuals and pensioners. Second, in the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. Apart from these, I am also making some other changes as given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, revenue of about 37,000 crore, that is 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes will be foregone, while revenue of about 30,000 crore rupees will be additionally mobilized. Thus, the total revenue foregone is about 7,000 crores annually. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management, FRBM Act 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Number 2 Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पूरा स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरा स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Item number 4.
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir budget. Sir, I rise to present a statement, Hindi and English versions, of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the year 24-25.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 24 जुलाई 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, that was Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting the Union Budget for 2024. Parliament has now been adjourned until tomorrow. The big headline coming out of the Union Budget 2024 is, of course, the new tax slabs. There is a new tax regime in place and new tax slabs have been announced by the Finance Minister. Income of rupees 0 to 3 lakh will be taxed at 0%. 3 to 7 lakh at 5%, 7 to 10 lakh at 10%, 10 to 12 lakh at 15%, and rupees 12 to 15 lakh at 20%, and above 15 lakh income will be taxed at 30%. However, Finance Minister has reiterated that salaried employees in the new tax regime stand to save up to 17,500 in income tax based on these changes. This is the big headline that is in fact coming in. Income Tax Act is going to be reviewed as well. The tax structure and the revised tax in the new tax regime has been laid out by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Angel tax has been abolished for all investors. This is a huge boost to the startup sector, huge boost to entrepreneurs, and of course short-term gain enhanced to 20%. It was 15% earlier. These are some of the big headlines that are in fact coming in. A new version of the scheme to end tax disputes will also be put in place. Capital gain tax will also be simplified, and TDS on e-commerce, etc. will be reduced. It's a relief that is coming in for people in the form of cheaper mobile phones and chargers and mobile equipment. Also, there are 3 new cancer drugs that have been put in the ambit of relief from duties, which means that there are 3 new cancer drugs now that will in fact the prices of those drugs will in fact go down. So these are some of the big headlines that are coming in. The duty on telecom equipment has been increased. This is of course one of the big headlines that is coming in as well. But a comprehensive review of the income tax is something that the Finance Minister has of course focused on right towards the end. We're putting out some of that information for you. This is the big headline that is in fact coming in. Apart from the fact that we will be simplifying the new tax regime and breaking that down for you in terms of what the budget means for you. Remember, there have been huge announcements that have been made for the states of Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. It is Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu who are after all in a government, in alliance to form this particular government. So coalition politics bearing its imprint on budget 2024 as well. Let's quickly go across to NDTV's Prabhakar reporting from Patna. Prabhakar, over to you.
As everybody is glued to their television sets, we are at the office of the Bihar Industry Association. You can see happy faces out here, almost a special package. announced for the state of Bihar, and huge funds allocated in terms of road infrastructure, power infrastructure, and other infrastructure projects which Bihar had been demanding for long. So, seems, I mean, you have a smile on your face. This budget has brought good news for Bihar.
Yeah, definitely so. We have been given 26,000 rupees for roads, 25,000 crore rupees one thermal power plant in energy for Pirpanti, Bhagalpur, and there is 11,000 crore rupees for flood relief infrastructure, and I mean, wherever there is something for that, we have.
So it's almost a 60,000 crore.
We have asked for 50,000 crore rupees interest-free loan for 10 years. Government has, at the moment, they have suggested 1.5 lakhs crore for the whole nation. Out of that, our share will become about 15,000 crore. So I think not 50, but 15,000 crore in
so
that.
So you have all the reasons to smile, sir.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely so.
So I can see. I saw him clapping actually, sir. Well. I was talking to him. Sir, जो funds मिले हैं, जितने projects बिहार के लिए sanction हुए हैं, do you think that's good enough, sir? बहुत दिनों से बहुत
fair enough. But we expect more. What we have given, we expect more. If you get more, people will be more rather pleased. This is my personal say to you.
So I would say you would never be satisfied. I mean, you have got 60,000 plus crore.
Nothing as satisfaction. As you get, people has more and more visibility. Yeah, but it's reasonable. Yeah.
So do you think it is because of the political equations you have with the center as of now that you are able to get such kind of funds?
Bihar deserves this, because without development of Bihar, development of India is not possible.
So, making a very important statement here that अगर बिहार विकसित नहीं होगा तो भारत विकसित नहीं होगा. जो फंड्स मिला है आपकी उम्मीद से ज़्यादा मिला है. बहुत दिनों से हर बार बजट आप लोग बैठ के देखते थे. और another good news coming, राजगीर फंड्स, स्पेशल फंड्स, टूरिज्म फंड्स फॉर राजगीर एंड गया. आपको लगता है कि इस बार जो है झोला खोल दिया केंद्र सरकार?
इस बार ऐसा लग रहा है कि भारत के जो बजट बना उसमें बिहार को स्थान दिया गया है और लगभग 1 लाख करोड़ ये पहुंच जाएगा बिहार के लिए, जिसमें बिहार वासियों को जरूर पूरी खुशी तो नहीं, आंशिक खुशी जरूर होगी.
We have been demanding this thing for the last 10 years. We have always demanded that without money Bihar cannot develop. We need 1 lakh crore for next 10 years. 1 lakh crore every year for next 10 years. Unless that is invested in Bihar, Bihar cannot grow. Unless urbanization and industrialization takes place in Bihar, we cannot grow. Our per capita income is 50,000 right now against the national average of 2 lakh crore. 2 lakhs. So where are we? We are 25%. So unless there is, it can be solved only by heavy investment. It's good that.
So do you think it's a good beginning?
It's a good beginning. Definitely, it's a good beginning. For the first time, I am seeing that 60-70,000 crore has been earmarked only for Bihar in this budget. This is a good sign.
All right, let's go right across to Vasudha Venugopal joining us live from Parliament at the moment. Vasudha, the big takeaways from the budget. What do you think are the big takeaways from the budget? Break it down for our viewers.
Hello everybody, we're coming to you from live from the Parliament, from outside the Parliament. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister of the country, presented her historic 7th consecutive budget, and in fact she has announced quite a few measures. In fact, the focus was completely a lot on job creation, skilling, also on farms. She has also made this very important announcement that the government has proposed to abolish this angel tax that was to give boost to startups. She has in fact announced a comprehensive review of the income tax, and she said that she will make it concise and also easy to read, and she will also cut litigation out of this. Now, this exercise is expected to be completed in 6 months. The most important announcement, of course, is the fact that the government has also announced a huge, internship program that would employ about 1 crore youth, and they would be getting this opportunity for 12 months. It's a 12-month internship opportunities. 1 crore youth could benefit, and this would be done by 500 companies in association with the government. The companies would be, taking care of 12% of the internship costs, and they would also be bearing the training living costs. How this is going to work out is something that we'll have to see. The government will be paying these youngsters 5,000 rupees per month, and of course 6,000 rupees would be the assistance that would be given. But of course the political messaging there is very important, because both Bihar and Andhra Pradesh have really gotten the best out of this budget, because 26,000 crore for Bihar and 15,000 crore for Andhra Pradesh is big. And this is also something that is in line with the demands of the JDU and TDP. My colleagues Vishnu and Maria are at CII to get you more reactions on this budget. Let's go to them.
All right, Vasudha, thanks very much. Hi, Maria. It's been an exciting hour plus. And what we're going to do now is just break down all of the key points over here. If you were to ask me what the two key thrust areas are as far as this budget is concerned, there is a lot as far as income tax is concerned. It may not make a very big immediate change to you in terms of tax rates, but there are efforts by the government to bring in or draw in revenue as far as a complete overhaul of the income tax system per se is concerned, number one. And number two, there is a lot which Nirmala Sitharaman has spoken about reskilling, employment, job generation. So these are the two key areas. Maria, I'll come to you in half a second, but the key point, and this is the one point that everybody wants to know about, am I going to be paying more? Am I going to be gaining? The new tax regime tax slabs have been changed. The income of 0 to 3 lakhs is to be taxed at 0%, 3 to 7 lakhs at 5%, 7 to 10 lakhs at 10%, 10 to 12 lakhs at 15%, 12 to 15 at 20, and above 15 lakhs at 30%. So, Rajat, no great changes Vivek, no great changes over there per se, but in terms of the tax element and what the finance minister was hoping for, what is the takeaway?
No, so quickly stepping back, I think overall comment on the budget, it is very seldom. I think it's the first budget where I've seen where the economic survey and the budget have perfect harmony. The economic survey identified 4 main topics: employability, taxes, foreign investment, and green energy transition, green transition. And I think the budget focuses on all 4 in a very big way. To your specific question, Vishnu, on taxes, I think indicating a 6-month period for a comprehensive overhaul of the entire Income Tax Act is huge. There has been work that has been done on this in the past, but in 6 months to rewrite the entire act for a nation like India is not easy. She promises a lot. We'll wait to see what happens there. Capital gains tax rationalization is also a big one. I don't know.
Angel tax, that's the other one.
Yeah, so angel tax going away for a set of investors is clearly welcome. It's been a long-standing demand of the industry, especially with the startup universe flowering in India. We have to see the fine print to see what category of investors that exemption applies to. But on the capital gains side, I don't know. From the speech, it does appear that the 10% rate has gone up to 12.5%. Will this impact foreign investors? This is for long-term financial assets.
LTCG on financial and non-financial assets to be taxed at 12.5%. Capital gains taxation to be simplified. However, short-term gains on some financial assets to attract 20%. So that's a big increase, right?
No, so the short-term gain is actually a decrease.
Right.
In terms of the long-term rate, currently for non-residents and for listed stocks, the rate applicable is 10%.
Just hold on to your thoughts. A
Yes.
quick word also from KV Subramanian, who's joining us live. Thank you so much for your time. I mean, the big takeaway certainly would be about efforts being made by the government for bridging that skilling gap. What, according to you, would be the big highlights or headlines, as we say?
I think, Maria, this is a very visionary budget. There are many aspects. I think the rewriting of the income tax code, I was just hearing some of you talking. There is a report that was submitted in 2019. I was part of that committee that rewrote the direct tax code. And so, that has reduced, the draft tax code has been already written with provisions actually almost, reduced by half. The number of pages also, much lower. So there is work to actually be built upon, and that is why that promise of 6 months, I think, is a very credible promise. Apart from the angel tax and the vision for financial sector, I would actually focus specifically on employment, because to me, this is the first budget that has really, emphasized employment. And I think this is really critical, for our young country to ensure that the demography is actually converted into a demographic dividend. And the slew of measures that have been announced are based on, schemes that have already worked very well. If you would remember, the Atmanirbhar Bharat Rozgar Yojana had given incentives during COVID, both to employer and employee, and that had actually generated significant amount of, jobs across sectors. And I think the fact that it has worked, that is being, redoubled. Together with the internship program, I think the details of that internship program I'll wait to see. But I think overall the emphasis on employment is incredibly welcome, because this will also have significant impact on consumption. Because a formal sector job actually enhances, disposable income and thereby consumption, but at the same time will also lead to inclusive growth. So I think this is a very, welcome move. Overall, I think I find it a very visionary budget.
We've also got Mr. NK Singh joining us at this stage. Thanks, Mr. Singh, very much for being with us. We've had a bit of a chat as far as taxation is concerned. I'd like to focus a little bit more as far as job creation is concerned. For starters, there's a scheme for first-timers that's been introduced. There's an internship program that has been introduced. Also, 1.48 lakh crore is a provision made for education, employment and skilling. In terms of what has been announced and linking it to what the economic survey said, that we need to be generating a huge number of jobs every single year to sustain our economic growth, has enough been done?
So I think that I agree entirely that the budget is a very, very important, credible step towards the overall objective of a Vikasit Bharat, which is the overarching theme of this government. And I think that the issue of employment, linking up with apprenticeship, incentivizing corporates and incentivizing industry for higher employment-based activity, and linking up with the best international examples which are available of making apprenticeships now much more attractive, along with a slew of other measures, give a very credible thrust to the entire philosophy of how to make technology more compatible, adoption of technology more compatible with generation of new, fresh employment. So I agree that on the employment front,
but Mr. Singh, 80 lakh jobs, is that what the expectation is? 80 lakh jobs. Do you believe 80 lakh jobs can be generated on an annual basis?
I think so, because please read this in the light of a whole host of other measures, Vishnu, like the measures which have been announced in terms of restructuring agriculture and the very credible steps on restructuring agriculture, in making it more credible and aligned with the expectations on sustainable agricultural practices, to align them with the other kinds of fillip which have been given for attracting direct foreign investment, with giving support to the manufacturing sector, along with very employment specific. If you add all this, I think that the numbers which are quoted are certainly attainable. And I think that, Vishnu, we must not lose sight, although nobody has spoken about it, all this is being achieved continuing the path of macroeconomic stability and fiscal consolidation, which continues to be an important catalyst bringing about higher rates of sustainable economic growth.
And KV Subramanian, if I were to come back to you, the emphasis again on MSMEs, that credit guarantees for MSMEs, build in-house capabilities for MSMEs, again the SMA account for MSME in stress. Do you think all this is going to ensure that job creation that that the government is aiming for? A roadmap of sorts has been put out.
To the question that Vishnu asked Mr. NK Singh, about the 80 lakh jobs that have been highlighted in the economic survey. I think it's important to put this in perspective. So I'll give you two facts to put this in perspective. Firstly, if we look at the CLEMS database, and the CLEMS database is an internationally recognized database, that is the database that the RBI report on employment has used, unlike the poor quality CMI database, which actually, is not reliable. If the CLEMS database, using that, the RBI has shown that 12.5 crore jobs have been created over the last 10 years, from 2014 to 2023. And, even if you want to...
एक इकोनॉमिक हब के रूप में उभर के आएगा और बहुत बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम अभी बिहार से लेकर के झारखंड, आंध्र प्रदेश और वेस्ट बंगाल, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का होने वाला है। और विशेष रूप से जो स्किलिंग के लिए और एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन के लिए जो अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है वो ऐतिहासिक है। और जितने कार्यक्रम चलाने वाले हैं और युवाओं के लिए रोजगार इससे उत्पन्न होने वाला है, ये देश का आत्मनिर्भरता के लिए बहुत बड़ा योगदान होने वाले हैं। साथ साथ में महिलाओं को अलग से जो स्कीम सपोर्ट देने का जो प्रावधान रखा है, ये बहुत ही सराहनीय है। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बैंकिंग को लेकर के, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बैंकिंग का, खास करके पहाड़ों में, दूर दराज इलाकों में बैंकिंग सर्विसेज का थोड़ा सा कमी जो थे, वो भी इस बजट में वित्त मंत्री जी ने जो अनाउंसमेंट किया है, उससे नॉर्थ ईस्ट का फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन में बहुत जोरदार से मेन स्ट्रीमिंग होने वाले हैं। इसके अलावा 3 करोड़ आवास योजना गरीबों के लिए शहरों में और ग्रामीण इलाकों में घर बनाने वाला है, वो भी ऐतिहासिक है। और फिर मुझे लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो सपना है कि 2047 तक भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना है, इसका बहुत बड़ा शुरुआत आज के इस बजट में झलकता है।
लेकिन सर, ऑपोजिशन ये कह रहा है कि आपने अपने एली पार्टी को खुश करने के लिए क्या है?
ऑपोजिशन ने अगर ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने क्रिटिसाइज किया, मतलब ये बहुत अच्छा बजट है, इसलिए वो निराश हो गए हैं। क्योंकि अच्छा बजट है, देश के लिए अच्छा बजट आया है, इसी से ऑपोजिशन पार्टी चिंता में है। बजट में आप बताइए, एक सेक्टर बताइए जिसको आपने नजरअंदाज किया, कहीं ऐसा नजर नहीं आता है। हर एक सेक्टर के लिए इस बजट में प्रावधान रखा है। खास करके ये ग्रोथ ओरिएंटेड बजट है, सब लोगों के लिए एक ड्रीम बजट है। आप टैक्स देखिए ना, कितना छूट मिडिल क्लास के लिए, सैलरीड क्लास के लिए, पेंशनर्स के लिए जो छूट दिया है, और कैंसर पेशेंट के लिए जो छूट दिया गया है दवाइयों के लिए, ऐसा बजट आज तक आपने कभी देखा नहीं होगा।
सबसे ज्यादा बात बिहार और ये आंध्र प्रदेश को लेकर हो रही है। बिहार में भी राबड़ी देवी जी ने बोला कि झुंझुना थमा दिया है, वहाँ पर स्थिति इतनी खराब है, मर्डर हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है। आप लोग जानबूझ के
बिहार में जो नेपाल से फ्लड आते हैं, उसको सिर्फ बिहार का प्रॉब्लम मत देखिए। बिहार में नेपाल से जो फ्लड्स आते हैं बरसात के समय में, तबाही मचते हैं, ये देश का समस्या है। इसको सिर्फ बिहार का समस्या क्यों बोलते हैं विपक्ष के लोग?
रिएक्शन,
ये बिहार
चाहिए या किसान की आय बढ़नी चाहिए,
वो तो नहीं बढ़ी।
किसान के साथ संकट पैदा किया इन्होंने, बेरोजगारी इन्होंने बढ़ाई है। 10 साल में जो इतनी बेरोजगारी बढ़ गई, उसको कैसे कम करें, और वो भी आधी अधूरी नौकरी से। आप 2 साल की, 1 साल की या कुछ ट्रेनिंग करा करके नौकरी या रोजगार का सपना दिखा रहे हैं। देश का नौजवान अपना भविष्य बनाने के लिए पक्की नौकरी चाहता है, और फिर जो आधी अधूरी नौकरी है, क्या उसमें आरक्षण होगा?
All right, well, we can just go quickly across to Pratibha in Bengaluru. She's got reactions coming in. As we do that, I'd also like to just quickly introduce our panelists with us in the studio who've joined us. Salit Singhal, Chairman Emeritus of PI Industries Limited. Thanks very much for being with us. And also Kamal Bali, Co-Chairperson of CII Europe and the Council. Thank you very much for being with us. He's also with the Volvo Group India Private Limited as Managing Director. But before we come across to them, let's go straight across to Pratibha, who's got a couple of reactions coming in. Pratibha, go ahead.
Well, I have with me two corporate personalities of the CII here in Bengaluru. Let me actually go across to them without further ado. What are your first thoughts? If you could also introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm Rabindra Srikantan. I'm the Vice Chair for CII Karnataka. Good working budget, definitely. And the 9 areas of Viksit Bharat has been very well covered. Things like employment, skilling, MSMEs and agriculture have been addressed very well. I think this is a big positive. And also kind of reining in some of the current deficit has also been addressed. I think these are my first thoughts.
Right. And what about you, sir? If you could also introduce yourself. You hail from the education sector.
Yeah, I'm Sudarshan. I'm the Managing Director of EduTech NDTV. I also lead the Industry Institute Finance CII. For me, the budget, they seem to have addressed all the key challenges coming forward, especially coming from employment and skilling. There are a lot of good initiatives have been planned, including 20 lakh youth getting on the skilling central initiative. And the big boost is the internship. 1 crore people will get internship, and also which is the key problem for all the institutes to get good internships. So top 500 companies will offer, and also they get the funding support from the government, and also they can make use of the CSR funding. Apart from that, they have some skill loans enhanced up to 7.5 lakhs, and these are all some good trends which is very positive, and hope it will revive the employment opportunities for India, for the youth.
Are there any kind of challenges that you foresee as far as this budget is concerned?
We probably have to see the fine print and maybe a little bit more on the digital side, tech side, Gen AI. We were hoping to see more. Maybe it is somewhere in the whole R&D budget which was spoken about, so that we'll have to wait and see. Also, I think some of the challenges in terms of taxation, especially on the F&O and all that, we have to really see the repercussions and how savings money going to capital markets, how that is going to get affected. Some of the challenges we'll have to wait and see.
In fact, most of them from the IT, the tech sector, were talking about how they must be eliminating the angel tax. So do you see that as a good news here?
Yeah, very good news, eliminating the angel tax, and especially we from the Bengaluru, the startup city. When we are in the CI meeting, it was taken with a good cheer, and I think it will also boost the startup, and also a lot of new initiative to promote the women entrepreneurship and also women skilling. So a lot of thrust has been given on the diversity as well. I think this will bring a good diversity into the ecosystem.
A lot of growth initiatives, a lot of pluses that most of them seem to see as well as notice as far as this budget is concerned. We'll have to work through the nitty-gritties once the actual work is there on paper, is the reaction that we pick up from Bengaluru. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha, thank you so much for getting us that reaction. Of course, all eyes will be on the reaction that will come from the tech sector, from the startups, and what do they have to say particularly about this first-timer scheme. I would like to know your views on that, because a lot of political reactions coming in, Mr. Salil, but your thoughts particularly on this first-timer scheme which is being introduced.
Well, let's be clear. A lot of us take a lot of first-timers. In fact, we go around universities, colleges, all over the place, looking for first-timers to groom them into our businesses. And I think this is an excellent...
So it's an internship program where the corporate has to pay, as I understand it, for them, and there is some sort of support from the government as well. But you don't necessarily have to hire them, presumably. But, the idea is exposure. Getting these young people a foothold into industry. So as a measure, when we're talking about skilling and reskilling, is this not a really important first step?
It is, and in fact, there is a very interesting part that this can be part of the CSR activity.
Right, yes.
So I think it's a great balancing and definitely a great incentive. I mean, it's not a big incentive, but it is a direction to take. And I think it's a great job.
The government's own estimate is that it will benefit 2.1 crore youth to begin with.
Estimates are estimates, but time will tell. But surely, I can tell you as industry, by and large, all of us are seriously concerned about the challenges of employment in our country, because that can lead to a lot of social unrest. And unless we can make that as an important part, and there are challenges within the industry in terms of automation, in terms of scaling up operations, where generally labor-intensive jobs do tend to get mechanized.
Yeah.
So there is a, as I say, like in the financial world, they talk of the twin balance sheet problem. We have a twin employment problem. But having said that, it's very heartening to see the number of institutions which are now coaching youngsters, and a lot of things are happening. Many of us in the industry, let's go back historically. When the IT industry came through Infosys, what did they do? Their biggest challenge was people. But they invested in people, their training, and today the jobs are for the asking.
I just want to quickly go through the 4 main points of what we are talking about because I've got it listed. So internship in 500 top companies will be encouraged under this particular scheme, number one. Number two, 1 crore young people, youth, to benefit from this particular scheme. The internship allowance of 5,000 rupees will be allotted and a one-time assistance of 6,000 to be provided under the internship scheme. So I presume that 6,000 comes from the government.
Yes.
Right? So that's a cash incentive which goes to the corporate, or does it go to the first timer looking to get a foothold?
Good question. We'll have to read the budget.
So no, because otherwise it's a direct subsidy to the company to hire these people. So that needs to be looked at. Companies to bear the training costs from their CSR funds under the government's internship scheme.
My understanding was that for employment where the salary is less than 1 lakh rupees, it comes out of the subsidy, out of the EPFO contribution that would have been made by the employer.
Right.
So the government will probably use the corpus of the EPF.
So you get a rebate on your
So it
EPF.
says
That's
that,
what it appeared to
DPT
be.
to employees up to 15,000 will be done, and this will be applicable to those getting salary up to 1 lakh, as you pointed out.
So in some sense, it's a replacement of the apprenticeship act.
Yes.
With a subsidy and help from the
But
government.
it's more formalization of...
Absolutely.
No, that's...
I think it's a good direction to my mind.
But tell me, so since, as MD of Volvo in India, we didn't hear a word on the auto sector per se. What, 7% of GDP growth in this country is literally and figuratively driven by your sector. Were you disappointed therefore?
No, actually, I think a lot is happening in the infrastructure area. So there is lots of focus on logistics improvement and lots of focus on energy transition. So if you look at the automotive industry, there are 2 drivers. One is we're going through a tremendous transition. We're going from current sources of the IC engines to renewable energy. So energy is very, very important. We are in the cusp of a very major transformation. So I think that's very good for the sector. Lots of focus on an energy transition which helps the automotive industry.
Right.
Second is logistics. Our logistics costs have been typically 14%, 15%. With all the initiatives which are happening, and especially in the northeast area,
The logistics cost will come down?
Will come down to 8.
And are you willing to announce that you're going to pass that on to the consumer? We'll wait for the...
No, I think that gives a complete support to the ecosystem, the logistics ecosystem.
Okay, I'll just interrupt you now because we do need to take a short break. We'll continue looking at various sectors of the economy which have been impacted by what the finance minister has said in the union budget. That's up next.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces Budget 2024, big focus on jobs and youth in the budget. Finance Minister opens purse strings for allies. Special package has been announced for Bihar as well as the new Andhra capital. SOPs in new tax regime, no relief in old tax regime. A comprehensive review of Income Tax Act will be done.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced that the capital gains tax will be increased and that the angel tax on all investors is going to be abolished. Big announcement on the cancer drugs. 3 cancer drugs will be cheaper now. Duty cut has been announced on gold, silver and platinum. Mobile phones and chargers will also be cheaper. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today presented her 7th straight budget, and big announcements have been made in the budget by the Finance Minister on the employment front. Jobs and skilling have been given the priority by the Finance Minister in the budget 2024. Rupees 1.48 lakh crore have been earmarked for jobs, education and skilling in the budget. Now, Nirmala Sitharaman has also announced key employment schemes. What has been the major headline regarding on the jobs front has been about the wages that will be provided to the first-time employees. Also, announcement has been made regarding internships that are going to be provided to the youth. 1 crore youth are going to be benefited with the internships and the opportunities that are going to be provided. Now, for the middle class, the announcement that has been made on the tax front is that no changes have been made in the old pension scheme, while in the new tax slabs, in the new tax slabs, income up to 3 lakh rupees is not going to be taxed. Some changes have been made. If for income up to from 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5% tax will be imposed. However, what we are learning at the moment is that the announcements now that have been made, there is no change that has been made in the old scheme. However, changes have been made in the new schemes. Now, another big headline that has come out from the budget 2024 is that big announcements have been made for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. The allies have been given, the allies, that is the JDU and the state of Andhra Pradesh have been their announcements have been made for them. 26,000 crore for the state of Bihar, for the development of Bihar, and 15,000 crore for the development of new capital of Andhra Pradesh. Well, let's listen into what the finance minister said while making the announcements.
Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years.
And now we are joined by RPSG founder and chairman, Mr. Sanjeev Goenka. Mr. Goenka, welcome to NDTV. On this rather momentous day, I must say, in his 3rd term, Mr. Modi presents his first budget, or rather his finance minister presents the first budget. Your initial thoughts, Mr. Goenka, on the first budget of Modi 3.0.
It's a budget which is full of thought, driven by gravitas, and which lays the foundation for the Viksit Bharat plan that Modi ji had for 2047.
Why do you call it full of thought, Mr. Goenka? What's the rationale behind that?
Look at the planning that's gone behind it. It's about investment in agriculture, it's about investment in employment, it's investment in infrastructure, it's investment in skilling. It's about growth of the eastern part of the country, which is relatively less developed. It is about, the finance minister talked about making a comprehensive economic roadmap and a policy, economic policy for reform based on labor, land and capital. It's focusing on the Nari, it's focusing on the youth.
Mr. Goenka, you bring me to a very interesting point.
So what more do you expect in terms of thought?
Mr. Goenka, you bring me to a very interesting point. You said, about the development of the eastern region of this country, and this is a point that the Home Minister of the country, Mr. Amit Shah, Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, have stressed upon multiple times, not only during the election speeches, but generally also. They have said that unless the eastern bloc of this country develops, the nation cannot make full optimum progress matching the steps of all the regions. What do you think is one salient scheme? Of course, there are special schemes for Bihar, but one salient scheme, since you had such a large business in the eastern part of the country, you are one of the biggest business magnates from the eastern part of the country. What do you think is the one salient feature, Mr. Goenka, of this budget, which makes you think that it will certainly propel growth there?
I think it's a series of schemes rather than just one specific announcement. It's a whole heap of things. And I also look at what the finance minister has presented from a country's development perspective. She's talked of religious tourism. I mean, if you see that can be a huge contributor to the state's and the country's economy.
Mr. Goenka, you also have a large consumer exposure in your business. You have a large FMCG retail exposure in your businesses. Now, there is something that is obviously going to excite a lot of people, that is the younger generation, a huge duty cut in the mobile phones, etc. Other than that, what do you think in this budget? In this budget, there is that particular point which will excite the retail consumer market, because remember, we have been talking about tepid private investments and tepid market sentiment when it comes to retail offtake, particularly in certain rural segments of the economy.
I think this whole thing about skilling the youth and providing internships to 1 crore plus youth. So it gives them opportunities, it gives them income, it gives them money to spend on their hands.
So, Mr. Goenka, tell me something. Internship schemes have been tried in the past too. This time the scale is bigger. Do you think that this scheme can realistically answer the job crisis that this country, many say, have been facing? Modi government obviously has been saying that they have been dealing with that challenge upfront. But do you think this scheme has the potential in it to deal with that crisis in a cogent manner?
Absolutely. This is a beginning and this is not the end. So this is a start, and there will be, I presume, more of the same to follow.
So you say that this is a beginning, nonetheless a good, major, important beginning. And your closing remarks, Mr. Goenka, thank you very much for your time.
From the skilling perspective.
From the skilling perspective, right.
My closing remarks are very simple. Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
I'm optimistic about the Indian economy, and I'm going to invest heavily in India and the Indian economy.
Thank you, Mr. Goenka, there, saying that he's optimistic about Indian economy and he's going to invest heavily into the Indian economy. Thank you for joining NDTV. With this, we go to CII, where my colleague Vishnu Shom and Maria are joining us.
Thanks, Nikunj. Thanks very much. Chandrajit Banerjee of CII with us, the big boss at CII. Thanks very much for being with us. Was this, well, we were all hoping for a big bang budget. Who doesn't? Let's face it, all of us do. Did this live up to your expectations?
No, there are areas where we saw that we have been talking about, which has been well addressed. One very important feature that I saw was, we must talk about it, is the macroeconomic fundamentals and the fiscal, all of that, keeping in mind that the government was a heavy spender on infrastructure, capex. So we see that fiscal prudence to be, and the macroeconomic indicators to be very strong factors going ahead. So that's one thing that was one looking for. Second, we all talked about employment, skilling. I don't think a budget ever had so much of emphasis on employment and skilling in the manner that it has been articulated in this budget. 3, we see trigger points basically where the participation of states, and we have been talking about how do we incentivize states, because how do we get reforms to be carried forward by states, and incentivizing states to do the next gen reforms is another very important key feature. And the 4th, of course, is on capex and infrastructure. The focus on rural infrastructure is a very, very, very key thing to see. And of course, and lastly, I would really talk about the the tax. I know that there are issues in the tax part which you are digging into, but on the simplification side, on the direct tax, and this focus on decriminalization, bringing down
and rewriting the code in 6 months.
Yeah, phenomenal.
I mean, that's extremely difficult. Mr. Bhutani was telling me, I mean, that the time frame itself, and the fact that they're willing to do it, I mean, that's quite something.
If you look at the history of the new tax code, it dates back to 2012. Substantial amount of work has been done. Between 2017 and 2019, even the draft code was ready. Thereafter, all the amendments, successive amendments in finance bills have been carried out to incorporate features of the new tax code. So I think the 6-month target for a new tax code, keeping in mind the objectives the finance minister set out, which is ease and readability of the law, weeding out old provisions of 1961 Act, in my view, is an achievable target.
Okay, Mr. Banerjee, would you say that this is a political budget? The reason why I'm saying, and I have a logic to it, is that in the interim budget, the government focused on capex because there was a great degree of confidence with which they approached it, because they were confident about the numbers, they were talking about 400 par. This time around, they have tried to address concerns that resonated during the elections, the issues of unemployment, job losses, rural distress.
All these are very, very key features to be high up in the agenda for any economy which is growing so fast, which needs to be a developed economy with a target in mind. You cannot have a section of the economy being ignored. So I think that besides politics of it, it also makes economic sense to focus on states, into rural, into the lower income brackets. All of that is pretty much important to carry. If you see the economic survey, which says that take everyone along in the economic growth story of India.
Yes. So that gap between the haves and the have-nots, or the gap between urban and rural India, that is being addressed, something that we saw during elections.
That's true. It was a key issue. But the markets haven't taken to this very favorably, have they?
Hi, Vishnu. Yes, incidentally, this was a bit of a surprise because we were expecting, of course, tax simplifications and rationalization on capital gains, which I spoke to Maria in the morning. But incidentally, they've increased capital gains in short term and long term. And the markets haven't taken very well to those. I must tell you both, we're down about 450 odd points on the Sensex. Nifty is about 150 points. But I think, the fundamental point is that, the budget overhang lasts not more than 48 hours. So fundamentally, medium to long term, capital markets are strong. The Indian economy is looking favorable to capital markets. And the other quick point is I think they've also done some tinkering with buyback on shares, right? And that is something which could be a little regressive in nature. Again, we are waiting to see the fine print. I'm yet to read it. I've been told there is some clarity which is emerging on that. But that can again, in the sense, has put some taxation angle in place to see that there is some stress there as well, which the markets are kind of showing up today, right? And the last thing I would say is that, it's been a mix of between push towards manufacturing. They've talked about MSME, which is a very important sector in terms of employment generation multiplier. But you know what? We've seen these announcements in the past. has the MSME sector actually been benefited? I think that the execution is a big challenge which remains, and that needs to be seen very evidently.
Sure.
The contribution to, one last point, Vishnu, the contribution from MSME, which is manufacturing ideally, to GDP, is about 13% in India as of now. The target was about 25%. That number needs to be, has to go up considerably. And the execution lies within how they kind of play that out.
There were 3 areas, Maria, I don't know if you noticed this as well, which we didn't see any mention of, or perhaps saw only a fleeting mention of. Health, education, and defense. Would any of you like to sort of take this question, Mr. Sinha, back with us? I wouldn't ask you whether you were disappointed, because there is so much in the budget, a lot of which the minister doesn't necessarily need to read. But we talk about Atmanirbharta in the defense sector. It's a big policy push. It has to be a policy push, but not one word, in her speech. And health and education.
So I want to just divide my comment into 2 parts. The one that I could follow and the one I have to study carefully. Because if you saw those 9 points, the first one was on productivity increase.
Yes.
And productivity increase I have to understand what there is on education and health. And there is a lot on skilling, if you saw the MSME. So it's difficult to comment when you're just hearing a speech. The things that I can comment on are 4.9%, big relief. Meaning I was actually not even expecting 4.9. I was thinking maybe it'll be 5. And then to go to 4.5. Now, if you think of it, 120% of our pre-COVID level is our GDP. And we are bringing down our debt faster. Both government debt and our fiscal deficit. And Standard & Poor's had already said that there's a positive outlook on us. We could actually get a better credit rating this way. And that would really change the tide totally. One of the biggest expenses on our budget is expense on interest.
Yes.
And if we can starting to tackle that, then you are really looking at it in a comprehensive manner.
What is the FY 2024, the present fiscal deficit?
4.9.
4.9.
So it's, it stays. FY 25 is 4.9%.
No, 4.5.
That's 4.5.
Next year, it's coming down.
Right.
From 5.8, it was to have come down to 5.1.
And it's come down to 4.9.
4.9. That's a big deal, that's non-trivial.
Dr. Trehan with us as well. In fact, we were talking about health. Dr. Trehan, sorry, Maria. We keep talking about healthcare so often with Dr. Trehan. Were you disappointed that we didn't see any Big Bang announcements, at least not in the speech? I'm sure there'd be a lot in the fine print, but were you expecting anything?
Of course, we were expecting a lot, but it didn't happen.
What were you expecting?
So there are several parts to it. One, the allocation to the budget should be increased so that the public health system can be reinforced more. The other was the allocation to the different government schemes where the payment schedule can be enhanced so that, all the private hospitals are accepting schemes like CGHS, ECHS and all that. And there's basically a tightrope walk because of large outstandings. The budgetary allocations could be increased so that this catch-up can happen, because the hospitals, especially smaller hospitals, are suffering a lot because their payments are delayed, and then they are working on a very thin budget. So that's one. And the other thing is that there has been an outstanding issue of GST. We pay GST on all our inputs, but we don't get any credit for it. So there's no set-off. On the other hand, the government had placed 5% tax on room tariffs which are above 5,000. That also was no set-off. So
particularly the cancer drugs being cheaper, that would be of interest to the common man.
Yes, of course, that's a good thing. That's a very good thing, that cancer is actually one of the biggest challenges we have today, because the drugs are expensive, and if you add duty on it, it makes it even more expensive and unaffordable for people. As you know, cancer doesn't know any strata of society, so it could be affecting anybody, and especially the weaker section of society come under a huge strain, because these are long treatments and the drugs are expensive. Now, this will help, of course, but that's the only thing that has happened. Also, there is reduction of duty on X-ray tubes and flat panel detectors and things like that. But that's a very small sucker, because the cost of care is actually going up because of the fact that a large proportion of our major equipment, like the CT scans, MRIs, and other things, the dollar value is only increasing. So the cost has gone up in the last 3 years hugely. So that's why there is always this mismatch that we as private healthcare providers are always trying to keep the cost to the patient as low as possible, because that's what's required. But it's becoming incrementally challenging because no actually relief from the government has come in the last 2-3 budgets. And that's why I think that everything is getting stretched. So we were expecting that we would get some relief in view of the fact that the input costs, if they go down, we can pass it on to the patient. But what's happening is the reverse is happening, that the input costs are going up. So this is a very thin line now left.
So basically hospitalization in private hospitals, in your case, the basic costs would go up.
Definitely.
Right?
See,
so cost of medication, room costs, and of course labor costs.
All input costs like electricity, all these other things are going up. So with all the stresses on delivery of healthcare, if help could come from the government, even if GST was set off like for everybody else, we could actually make some provision for the future. Yes. But it's not happening, although requests...
And we didn't hear much even on Ayushman Bharat. I mean, the much touted celebratory scheme of the government. They did not talk much about it either this time around.
Yeah, I was a little surprised, because over there was this expectation that the scheme would be actually enlarged to cover more people, yes. Especially the idea of elderly people, 70-year plus, or even 65 plus, because that would help them a lot. And the second thing is that the allocation for the funds for the scheme have not been enhanced, at least in the budget.
Yeah.
Maybe otherwise that would happen. So these are things that can happen to help the common man.
Yes.
And
perhaps more needed to have been seen. Now, I'm just interrupting you for a second. We've got a couple of reactions coming in from Bengaluru at the stage. Pratibha, it's across to you.
I'll make them introduce themselves, don't worry.
2 minutes introduction for all of us. 4 minutes.
I come to you from the Karnataka chapter of the CII. I have with me corporate personalities from this sector. And so starting with you, what are your first thoughts with respect to the budget, and if you could also introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Sam Cherian. I'm the panel convener of MSME CII Karnataka and chairman of Chevron Laboratories. And I think this budget is quite encouraging for the MSMEs. That's my first take.
Right. The chairman of CII Karnataka, what are your first thoughts, Mr. Venu?
Yeah, hello, thank you very much. This budget, it talks about, one is the continuity, other one is, it takes care of everybody, and more focus and thrust is on employment generation, skilling, and MSME focus, as my colleague said. And on top of that, it also agriculture and other things. It will create a multiplier effect over a period of time in that. So this budget also has a lot of scope for the innovation, skilling, etc. in that. And that is, in my view, it has got a multiplier effect over a longer period of time in that.
We are also coming to you from the tech city, the Silicon Valley of India, and you come from the IT industry. So what are your first thoughts? And please introduce yourself as well.
Rabindra Srikantan. I'm the Vice Chair for CI Karnataka and Managing Director for ASM Technologies. So from a tech, holistically, not just IT, if you take solar, semi, mobile phone, tech and so on, I think definitely a lot of good initiatives, especially on the skilling and so on. And some of the things they spoke about on R&D and the budgets for that, definitely very welcome. We need to see if there's something in it for AI, Gen AI, digitization. Maybe it's all in the fine print. We need to go through and see what has been provided for those initiatives. But definitely good for our sector because we need a lot more people and definitely constant skilling.
Also good news when it comes to education and employment, right? You come from the EdTech sector. Please introduce yourself and your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm Sudarshan. I'm the Managing Director of EduTech NDTV. Also lead the CI Industry Institute panel. So overall the budget is very positive, especially on the skilling. As you know, India, though we are talking a lot of skilling, only 5% of the youth enrollment into the skilling domain or vocational education compared to other advanced countries, which is about 40 to 60% enrollment. I think this skilling initiative of 20 lakh to youth scheme and also the internship scheme will benefit more youth enrollment into skilling. I think that is going to make our manufacturing industry and other industries strong when it comes to Make in India and further developments.
Well, when it comes to the challenges, what are the challenges that you foresee?
Yeah, the challenge is always, from the policy standpoint and policy to implementation. So how easy to implement those things is always a challenge. And the second aspect is that, you look at on the capex standpoint, while the central government is continued with almost 3.4% of the GDP, and they also allocated almost 1 lakh crore for the states to do that. So how the states will really take advantage of these things would be also, because if you really look at on the capex side, what is important that we need to have a national highways and also airports, ports, etc. But also important that the states also have the state highways, and those things also need to be built. And this is a very good initiative from the budget standpoint, providing the allocation to states utilize that. But the challenge is that how the states would do those kind of things in that.
Well, implementation is definitely a question mark there. Yeah. But when it comes to the tech sector and the startup industry, there were two main demands that were laid out. One was the elimination of angel tax, and the other was to make it an industry-friendly tax assessment of sorts. Do you see both of these as good news? Do you see what is your assessment of it?
Definitely, both are very positive news for the tech industry. And just to also mention all the skilling and what has been announced, if it is aligned to the AI, which is the next wave, where they really know people, and it's such a new industry, I think that will really get India to a leadership position in the world.
The absence of anything for the health sector, do you see that as something that was missing, disappointing?
Not really. The finance minister has given some thrust on the cancer care related thing. That's a good beginning, actually. There is nothing which is... You can't do everything all of a sudden. At the beginning, it's very good.
When it comes to filling the employability gap, do you think that these initiatives would definitely address that of sorts?
Yeah, I think what this time they have done, they have made industry inclusiveness. They want more industry participation than pushing the people. So I think the industry involvement has been increased, I think, which will address the skill gap in the coming years, I guess so.
There you have it, the pluses and minuses that have been laid down by the Karnataka's chapter of CII there. Back to you.
Thank you, Pratibha, for getting us that reaction from Bengaluru. Let's listen in to all the political reactions that have come in from the Parliament. Soon after Finance Minister presented the budget, a lot of MPs came out and gave the reactions. Let's listen in.
भारत को आपको बधाई है। अखिलेश जी सारा फोकस बिहार और आंध्र प्रदेश को ही दे देगा। ये इसलिए है कि अगली सरकार बनाने के लिए
वित्त मंत्री जी का ये बजट इंटर्म बजट है, लेकिन हर एक क्षेत्र में चाहे अधोसंरचना हो, चाहे शिक्षा हो, चाहे सिंचाई हो, एक नई सोच विचारधारा के साथ भारत को अग्रसर करना।
There was very little addressing of the inequality in our situation in our country today. Very little done to give reassurances to all of us who have been worried about the failures and limitations in this government's economic approach. You know that as As far as development is concerned, there was no mention of public health expenditure, no mention of education expenditure, all of which should have been increased significantly.
आपको बधाई है। अखिलेश जी, सारा फोकस बिहार और आंध्र प्रदेश को ही दे दिया गया। ये इसलिए है कि अगली सरकार बनाने के लिए इससे बड़ा पैकेज उन प्रदेशों को दे। और उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश ने प्रधानमंत्री दिया है, और क्या चाहिए उत्तर प्रदेश को?
That is quintessential Akhilesh Yadav these days. Vishnu, interestingly, they have been doing a lot of jugalbandi. We have seen a lot of coordination play out between Akhilesh and Rahul Gandhi inside Parliament. But yes, let's come back to the CII panel.
I think Nasir Salim had a point to make. Firstly, fiscal deficit at under 5% is welcome news. But you had a second key point as well.
Yeah, no, so 2 points there actually. One is that, the fiscal deficit is 4.9%, which is looking good. And that will bode really well with the overall rating upgrade that India may see now over the next few quarters from the international markets, which will also attract a lot of foreign flow in.
Yeah.
So one is that. The second thing, quick one, is from the sectoral perspective, I think post the budget, I would like to touch upon one sector which now looks a little more stronger, which is the entire consumption piece. With deductions increasing, Maria, we spoke about this in the morning, from 50 to 75,000 rupees, it's gone up. So the middle income group will tend to benefit on some more disposable income available to them. Also, the extension limit of long-term capital gain from up to 1 lakh to now 1,25,000 will leave them with more disposable income. So some, numbers.
So those in lower income brackets would tend to have more disposable income, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because we're seeing a lot of participation now in, listed.
And that could be up to 75,000 rupees more annually.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that will bode well with consumption, and also, they've given some tax rebates on mobiles and certain other consumer discretionary products, which may also bode really well. So that hopefully should play out.
Would you like to come in? Has enough been done to drive private consumption?
That's really not my subject, but if you allow me, I'd like to speak on infrastructure.
Go right ahead, sir.
So there is a very big, I think a lot of people have missed a very big message embedded in yesterday's economic survey and today's budget speech, which is that for 10 years, this government has followed a happy and consistent macroeconomic policy of driving GDP growth by very large outlays in infrastructure and public expenditure. And that was, in fact, touted as pump priming economic growth. So in the last few years, we have seen infrastructure outlays increase by 25 and 30%, 5.5 to 7.5, 7.5 to 10. And the expectation this year was that in the first year of a new government full of energy to again embark on new things, that we would get a 30% increase in the infrastructure outlay, taking it up to 13 lakh crores. But what we've got is 11.1, which is a 11% increase. So the important point is the economic survey did not talk about expenditure-led growth. It talked about bottoms-up growth, and it talked about private sector having to stand up and do its number.
Yes. Yes.
Similarly, very interestingly, Madam in her speech today, the Honorable Finance Minister, and I marked it very carefully, said, we have moderated our infrastructure outlays to take care of fiscal consolidation and to have resources available for other priority areas. She said this in her budget speech. Now that's a very important message, and I think in the days ahead, economists will have to now examine whether this leads to a significant shift in macroeconomic thinking of India as a nation. Are we moving away from top-down, expenditure-led growth with its well-known multipliers to resetting the issues that need to be resolved lower down to get bottoms-up growth? And her speech was sprinkled with trying to get many other people to do the heavy lifting on financing, which the central government has been doing. She spoke about pushing states, she spoke about private sector, and wonder of wonders, after many years, we are seeing the budget speech sprinkled with references to multilateral development banks. So there's some very clear macroeconomic messages in this budget, which I think will need to be deliberated in the days and weeks and months ahead, as, to my mind, a significant shift of macroeconomic policy and thinking of the country. And I want to make one last point. We are all lauding the control on fiscal deficit at 4.6. Now, it appears to be an universal truth that any finance minister who reduces fiscal deficit is to be lauded. Please remember that among macroeconomists, there is an alternative school of thought that in an economy which is crying out for jobs, which is crying out to revive demand, which is crying out to build modern infrastructure and logistics, I don't think many Indians would have grudged the 5.5% fiscal deficit, provided, and it's an important point, provided that extra amount was sorely used to create assets for the country. So I am not overly excited and lauding or genuflecting at the altar of fiscal deficit.
No, but let me ask you.
Country requires this kind of expansionary mode.
But you are talking about infrastructure, and there's been a 2.66 lakh crore provision for rural development, including rural infrastructure. When you talk about the India growth story, rural infrastructure is something that needs to be looked at hugely. Is this provision a welcome sign of what the government intends?
Of course it is.
And how would it help specifically?
Look, any infrastructure outlays for minor and major irrigation, for PMGSY, Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, for homes, homesteads, for all of these have tremendous impact. But my comments were largely at the macroeconomic level, where I think these two important messages need debate on channels like yours, saying, should we not think and just laud a decrease in fiscal deficit when the country is crying out for maybe an expansionary mode? Etc., etc.
Yes, so since you highlight the infrastructure aspect of it, this is the 11th budget of the Modi government, 7th of the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. How would you rate it, particularly to do with the infrastructure aspect?
Look, I would be apprehensive, and I'm being very candid with you on the channel. For years now, we've been told by the honchos in the finance ministry that 1 rupee spent on infrastructure results in 3 rupees of GDP, and 1 rupee spent on direct benefit transfer results in 90 paisa. The multiples in construction sector of 6 and 7 have been used for the last 10 years to build the narrative of how large infrastructure spends are pump priming the economy. Many of the measures announced today of setting stuff that needs to be set, and in all positive, whether it's in urban infrastructure or whether it's in green energy or whether it's in rural areas, there's a whole lot of stuff that the FMS said need to be fixed, from land digitization to land records, etc. But many of these are going to play out in the next 4-5 years. You're suddenly not going to see bottoms-up growth, and you're suddenly not going to see private sector put money into infrastructure because there aren't many PPP projects. So you're going to see potentially, I'm apprehensive that you're going to see a stress and strain on GDP growth because you've pulled back the multiplier effect with an 11% allocation as distinct from a 30% allocation in the last few years.
Okay.
It's a serious point.
Okay. Vivek had to leave, so let me put you on the spot. Now that we've seen the budget, discussed various aspects, how would you rate this budget 1 to 10?
In some ways, at least on the tax front, it's a brave budget. And I say brave budget with great degree of caution. It's a brave budget because the government is taking the call that India is an economy which has tailwinds behind it, and therefore, even if slight adjustments are done so as to keep fiscal deficit, etc., in check, that will still not stop the virtuous investment cycle. Let me give you 2 examples. The increase of long-term capital gains tax from 10% to 12.5% clearly is a signal that the government believes that there is enough returns coming out of the public markets. Clearly is also a signal to foreign investors to say, we will treat you at par with the residents, and therefore your rate of tax from 10%, we will take up to 12.5%. So there is a slight element of bravery involved.
Sure.
The point that he was making on the fact that the government wants private sector to step up, and the economic survey also indicated it. Yes. The government wants private sector to step up and take its onus burden of the investment cycle is also a very interesting one. I would have expected that if the government were doing this, in the interim budget, they had extended the extension available to sovereign and pension funds to invest in India up till March 31, 2025. There was a widespread expectation, and these guys invest in infrastructure and the like, that would be extended in a full budget. After all, if you could make that change in an interim budget when you make no changes, the expectation is that the government thinking is that you will expand on it.
Sure.
The government chose not to do it. So the signal or the thinking in the North Bloc seems to be there will be investment because we have tailwinds, there will be investment because of the geopolitical situation, and we can take a little bit of chance with some of these things.
Or is it because they realize that the narrative of not enough jobs is actually hurting them? Mr. Magazine, will you actually say that the government's argument so far has been that if you invest more in highways, building of these infrastructure or assets for the nation, it generates jobs. But then the emphasis which has been put on skilling, the internship program, that's an acknowledgement that yes, it may be creating jobs, but when it comes to the real issue, that is not being addressed.
Yeah, mostly true, no doubt infrastructure investments creates jobs, but there wasn't enough talked about other service industries which are going to provide jobs. No doubt construction is one of the, after agriculture, one of the largest areas of jobs. So what about retail? And we are talking about low skill kind of jobs, right? We can, of course, where the biggest gap is. There is hospitality industry, there's retail industry. There are many other service industries where the government needs to kind of encourage where the jobs should go in. Of course, the budget talked about putting money in skilling in the institutions, expanding this internship program you talked. I don't know, I hope this is only for the public sector. Companies, they're not going to force private sector to do internships,
No, absolutely, yeah. Top 500
companies. I'm not a big fan of that, forcing for anything like this. But
you don't have to give a job. It's just a one-year internship,
right.
And I think there is a government subsidy on the salary for the first year.
Yes.
Part of the CSR.
Yeah, and the only what I have to read I think the CSR part was very interesting, but it only says certain percentage of CSR. So I wish there was no percentage of CSR, because that helps. Then you can use the CSR for that. So it's not.
I've got that detail. I'll just read it out.
It's like a small percentage of CSR.
Internship in 500 top companies to be encouraged. 1 crore youth to benefit from the government scheme. Internship allowance of 5,000 rupees and one-time assistance of 6,000 to be provided under the internship scheme. Now, I assume that 6,000 rupees comes from the government to the company, though I'm not sure if it comes from the government to the young employee or the young intern. Companies to bear training costs from their CSR funds under the government's internship scheme. Then they've got accommodation and everything set up, linked to this. So it's important.
Something, there's only a percent. I hope if it is full CSR, it definitely helps for the money to go in. But I heard there was a percentage of CSR you can use for it, not the entire thing. But yeah, the fine print you have to think. But certainly, jobs and skilling. There was the good part of this budget. It hit all the headlines which are for the economy, which are great. Be it infrastructure. For me, one other area was very big, called digitization of land.
That's huge, using satellite imagery.
This is not for real estate only, it's for manufacturing anything if you have to do in our economy. If that is implemented, the challenge is, of course, she talked about rural land also, which is great, urban land, but a lot of this is state-led. It's a state subject.
Sure.
But if this is implemented, can you imagine our courts will have less litigation, because we talk about millions of litigation happening.
The knock-on effect will be huge.
Real estate. Second is that investment going in, or if you have to take loan also.
Yeah.
And this is also happening in microfinance already. The states where the land is digitized, a lot of the microfinance companies are able to lend more.
Mr. Magazine, I'm asking you to hold your thought, because I'll come back to this, and it's fascinating, the use of satellite imagery to plot land holdings across the country. Imagine the benefits in hilly states as well, where it's been so difficult for tehsildars to actually map out land. We need to take a short break, but we'll come back to this specific theme in the next few minutes.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए, फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
After great victory by Indian team and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV.
Welcome back. You're watching our special coverage on the budget. It is being called the Budget of Hope of Nirmala Sitharaman. As we wait for the reaction to come in from the Prime Minister, let me toss across to Ishika Verma, who's joining us live from Delhi. And she's standing by with some people. Let's listen in to what their reactions are to this budget. Over to you, Ishika.
Well, as you rightly said, the budget has been presented, and if we talk about, the focus certainly for the people was, as to what benefits they would be getting for especially the taxpayers here. But here we are seeing that if we talk about the new tax regime, the government says that the salaried employee can save up to 17,500 rupees, but the standard deduction charges have now increased from 50,000 to 75,000. कैसे देख रहे हैं आप इस पूरे बजट को, और खासकर तब जब हम अगर बात करें टैक्स रिजीम की, गवर्नमेंट कह रही है कि जो सैलरीड एम्प्लॉय है वो 17,500 तक सेव अप कर सकता है। स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन की अगर हम बात करें तो 50,000 से बढ़कर अब वो 75,000 हो गया। कैसे देखें?
पहली बात तो आज तो हम सबके लिए बहुत ही खुशी का दिन है कि इतना बजट जो ना केवल सैलरीड के लिए बल्कि यूथ एम्पावरमेंट के लिए बहुत फोकस था, इवन किसानों के लिए बहुत फोकस था कि जो मुद्रा लोन है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए वो 10 करोड़ से 20 करोड़ कर दिया। नाउ बैक टू योर पॉइंट कि सैलरीड अब 25,000 15,000 से पहले 50 था, अब 75 हो गया, तो ऑलमोस्ट 15,000 समथिंग। आप ये समझिए पूरी हेल्प करेगा। किचन में जो हमारी दूसरे जो लोग हैं जो काम नहीं करते हैं, दूसरी पार्टियां केवल मोदी जी पे इल्ज़ाम लगाती रहती हैं, ठीक। हमारा मानना ये है कि इस बार बजट हम बहुत खुश हैं और वाकई में इससे राहत मिलेगी, किचन को राहत मिलेगी, बिल्कुल राहत मिलेगी।
अगर हम बात करें तो इस बजट में बात करें तो यूथ के लिए भी बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस रखा गया है। खुद जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर है वो कह रही हैं कि यूथ को हम जो है 1 करोड़ से ज़्यादा इंटर्नशिप्स दिए जाएंगे, टॉप कंपनीज में इंटर्नशिप दिए जाएंगे, जॉब पर फोकस किया जा रहा है। क्या लगता है इससे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जो रेट है वो काफ़ी डिक्रीज़ होगा, आप लोगों को मदद मिलेगी?
जी बिल्कुल मिलेगी। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट में डिफिसिट 25,000 को जो ट्रेन करने का गवर्नमेंट ने प्लान बनाया बहुत ही अच्छा है। इससे क्या है, जो पीपल्स हैं वो स्किल डेवलप होगी उनकी, वो आगे अच्छी कंपनी में जॉब कर पाएंगे, आगे तरक्की कर पाएंगे। बेसिकली क्या है, स्किल नहीं है, जितनी स्किल बढ़ेगी वो अपने आप को और आगे लेके जाएगा, वो
उतना एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप।
तो अगर हम बात करें MSMEs को भी पुश दिया गया है, वहीं मोबाइल फ़ोन्स पर भी कस्टम ड्यूटी जो है वो घटाई गई है, कैसे
देखिए मैडम, आने वाले टाइम में जैसे मोबाइल फ़ोन में ड्यूटी कस्टम घटी है और जो लिथियम बैटरीज़ हैं जिनकी आगे आने वाले टाइम में गाड़ियों की भरमार आने वाली हैं, उसमें जो इन्होंने रिबेट दिया उससे आने वाले टाइम में मोटर सेक्टर के अंदर बड़ी भूचाल आएगी और गाड़ियाँ, ये जो पेट्रोल महंगा हो रहा है, डीजल महंगा हो रहा है, आने वाले टाइम में इन गाड़ियों की भरमार होगी और देश की उन्नति में लिए बहुत बड़ा योगदान होगा।
So certainly, as you heard, the people here, they continue to say that, this is a good budget for them so far. And, they are certainly looking at, there are opportunities for youth as well. So people here say that they are certainly considering it as the budget of hope. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks very much. Mr. Magazine, one of the interesting parts of the budget you were talking about that is a proposal to use satellite imagery to plot land holdings. If this is to work out, what would the benefits be?
It will have a huge impact. I think from all the budget discussion, if something will have which will be a needle mover for our country, it will be this, because end of the day, the land is not only required, like I mentioned, for real estate, is for manufacturing, for anything we want to do, build social infrastructure, hospitals, schools, whatever, we need land. And the big problem right now we face is a lot of the investment is also not coming in because, for example, if a large manufacturer wants to buy land, both foreign or local, or someone wants to build a school, land is the biggest deterrent. Leave aside the cost, just to get clear title land. So if this lot of investment. Also, if you look at it, there are microfinance companies right now. A lot of people have small land holdings. It's already started, but as to scale up, they take loan against that land, right? And the big problem is, and for a lot of the microfinance companies to lend them, imagine if they know this land is digitized, there'll be no dispute on the title, then they can lend money. So the financing will go up. The government will be able to collect more taxes because now they have proper records. And and also the whole development part, I mean, there'll be a big thing. So I think this is the main thing is, of course, implementation. The budget is talking about it. Land is a state subject. The central government can only do that much. So implementation will be the key for this,
I would suggest there'd be a lot of disputes which actually also appear. Some may disappear, in terms of land holdings.
The land bill, which was earlier tabled by the government in the first Modi government, that has been sent to the select committee and it has been there with them for the longest time. So they understand that because it's a state subject, the lot has to be done between the center and the state. And how do you navigate and negotiate between states which are ruled by other opposition parties?
Whether the ISRO satellite to help is the point that he's mentioned.
The other part is the black money, right?
Right.
So that will reduce. So there's the huge benefits.
Okay, well, we're going to take a short break. It's been several hours since we've been reporting this non-stop. Firstly, expectations and now reactions to the union budget. A lot more coming up.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
After great victory by
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Finance Minister's top focus on jobs and youth in the budget. New schemes launched for job creation. FN opens purse strings for allies. Special package for Bihar and new Andhra Pradesh capital. SOPs in the new tax regime. No relief in the old tax regime. Comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act also announced. Capital gains tax increased. Angel tax on investors abolished. Jittery response from the market. Sensex Nifty trend downwards. Market slips on capital gains tax announcement. 3 cancer drugs to be cheaper. Duty cut on gold, silver, platinum, mobile phones and chargers to be cheaper as well. Good afternoon and welcome to NDTV. Our top focus today remains on the big announcements in the union budget. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her 7th straight budget. Big announcements were made on employment front. One of the key issues that the opposition has been targeting the Modi government. Jobs, skilling have been given big priority. Rupees 1.48 lakh crore embarked for jobs in education and skilling. In a 7th record union budget, Nirmala Sitharaman also announced key employment schemes, wages for first-time employees, internships to 1 crore youths. Now, for the middle class on the tax front, no changes have been made in the old tax regime, while in the new tax regime, there have been slabs which have been changed. Income tax up to rupees 3 lakh per annum will not be taxed. 3 to 7 lakhs will be 5%, 7 to 10 lakhs will be taxed at 10%. Finance Minister has also made big incentives for Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, rupees 26,000 crore for Bihar and 15,000 crore for development of the new capital of Andhra Pradesh as well. So the allies who are crucial as far as the central government is concerned, their support, TDP and the JDU is crucial. Let's quickly, in fact, go across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
वासियों को बधाई देता हूं। वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम बहुत बहुत बधाई की पात्र है। साथियों, ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, यह बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। इन नौजवानों को अनगिनत नए अवसर है। इस बजट में शिक्षा और स्किल को नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है। जनजातीय समाज, दलित, सशक्त करने की मजबूत योजनाओं के साथ आया है। इस बजट से महिलाओं की आर्थिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने योजनाओं के साथ आया है। इस बजट से महिलाओं की आर्थिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने में मदद मिलेगी। इस बजट से छोटे व्यापारियों, MSMEs को, यानी कि लघु उद्योगों का, उसकी प्रगति का नया रास्ता मिलेगा। बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर भी बल है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी बल है। इससे आर्थिक विकास को नई गति मिलेगी और गति को भी निरंतरता मिलेगी। साथियों, रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के अभूतपूर्व अवसर बढ़, ये हमारी सरकार की पहचान रही है। आज का बजट इसे और सुदृढ़ करता है। देश और दुनिया ने पीएलआई स्कीम की सफलता देखी है। अब इस बजट में सरकार ने एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम की घोषणा की है। इससे देश में करोड़ों करोड़ों नए रोजगार बनेंगे। इस योजना के तहत जीवन में पहली नौकरी पाने वाले युवा की पहली तनख्वाह हमारी सरकार देगी। स्किल डेवलपमेंट और उच्च शिक्षा के लिए मदद हो या फिर 1 करोड़ नौजवानों को इंटर्नशिप की योजना, इससे गांव के गरीब के मेरे नौजवान साथी, मेरे बेटे बेटी देश की टॉप कंपनियों में काम करेंगे। उनके सामने संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खुलेंगे। हमें हर शहर, हर गांव, हर घर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाना है। इसी उद्देश्य से बिना गारंटी के मुद्रा लोन की लिमिट को 10 लाख से बढ़ाकर 20 लाख रुपए किया गया है। इससे छोटे कारोबारियों, विशेष रूप से महिलाओं, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी परिवारों में स्वरोजगार को बल मिलेगा। साथियों, हम सब लोग मिलकर भारत को ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाएंगे। देश का एमएसएमई सेक्टर मध्यम वर्ग से जुड़ा हुआ है। एक प्रकार से एमएसएमई सेक्टर की ओनरशिप मध्यम वर्ग ही है और इसी सेक्टर से गरीबों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा रोजगार भी मिलता है। छोटे उद्योगों की बड़ी ताकत, उस दिशा में हमारा अहम कदम है। इस बजट में एमएसएमईज के लिए ईज ऑफ क्रेडिट बढ़ाने वाली नई योजना का ऐलान किया गया है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और एक्सपोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम को हर जिले तक ले जाने के लिए बजट में अहम घोषणा की गई है। ई कॉमर्स, एक्सपोर्ट हब्स और फूड क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग के लिए 100 यूनिट्स, ऐसे कदमों से वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट अभियान को गति मिलेगी। साथियों, ये बजट हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम के लिए ढेर सारे नए अवसर लेकर आया है। स्पेस इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 1000 करोड़ रुपए का फंड हो, एंजल टैक्स हटाने का फैसला हो, ऐसे कई सारे कदम इस बजट में उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, रिकॉर्ड हाई कैपेक्स इकोनॉमी का एक ड्राइविंग फोर्स बनेगा। 12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स, देश में नए सैटेलाइट टाउन्स का विकास, और 14 बड़े शहरों के लिए ट्रांजिट प्लान। इससे देश में नए इकोनॉमिक हब विकसित होंगे और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में नए रोजगार बनेंगे। साथियों, आज डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट्स रिकॉर्ड स्तर पर है। इस बजट में डिफेंस सेक्टर को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए अनेक प्रावधान किए गए हैं। आज पूरी दुनिया में भारत के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ा है और भारत में टूरिज्म के क्षेत्र में नई संभावनाएं बनी हैं। टूरिज्म क्षेत्र गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के लिए कई अवसर लेके आता है। इस बजट में टूरिज्म क्षेत्र पर भी विशेष बल दिया गया है। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है। इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है। साथियों, देश के विकास के लिए भारत के पूर्वी क्षेत्र का संपूर्ण विकास पूर्वोदय के विजन द्वारा हमारे इस अभियान को नई गति, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। हम पूर्वी भारत में कई महत्वपूर्ण इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे हाईवेज, वाटर प्रोजेक्ट्स और पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स का निर्माण कर विकास को नई गति देंगे। साथियों, इस बजट का एक बहुत बड़ा फोकस देश के किसान है। अन्न भंडारण के लिए दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्कीम के बाद अब हम वेजिटेबल प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर्स बनाने जा रहे हैं। इससे एक और छोटे किसानों को फल, सब्जियों, अन्य उपज के लिए नए बाजार मिलेंगे, बेहतर दाम मिलेंगे। तो दूसरी ओर हमारे मध्यम वर्ग के लिए फल, सब्जियों की उपलब्धता बढ़ेगी और परिवार के लिए पोषण भी सुनिश्चित होगा। कृषि क्षेत्र में भारत का आत्मनिर्भर बनना समय की मांग है। इसलिए दलहन, तिलहन की पैदावार बढ़ाने के लिए किसानों को मदद की घोषणा की गई है। साथियों, देश में गरीबी समाप्त हो, गरीब का सशक्तिकरण हो, इस दिशा में भी आज के बजट में प्रमुख घोषणाएं की गई है। गरीबों के लिए 3 करोड़ नए घर बनाना तय हुआ है। जनजातीय उन्नत ग्राम अभियान सेचुरेशन अप्रोच के साथ 5 करोड़ आदिवासी परिवारों को मूलभूत सुविधाओं से जोड़ा जाएगा। इसके अलावा ग्राम सड़क योजना 25,000 नए ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों को ऑल वेदर रोड से जोड़ेगी। इसका लाभ देश के सभी राज्यों के दूर दराज गांवों को मिलेगा। साथियों, आज का बजट नए अवसर, नई ऊर्जा लेकर आया है। ये ढेर सारे नए रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के अवसर लेकर आया है। ये बेटर ग्रोथ और ब्राइट फ्यूचर लेकर आया है। आज का बजट भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने के उस पूरी प्रक्रिया में कैटलिस्ट का काम करेगा। विकसित भारत की एक ठोस नींव रखेगा। सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi now speaking about the budget, the first full budget of his third regime. In fact, Prime Minister congratulating Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, and her team for what he says, a budget which has given priority to youth and is a budget which primarily focus on every section of the country, specifically for women, poor and the people living in the villages. Prime Minister says that this budget will create jobs and also create opportunities for the youth of the country. Now, while the BJP has presented, the government of India has presented this budget, the opposition, which was in fact listening very eagerly about the various announcements which have been made. Let's listen in to some reactions of how the opposition thinks and how much marks are they giving to 7th budget of Nirmala Sitharaman.
आपको बधाई है। अखिलेश जी, सारा फोकस बिहार और आंध्र प्रदेश को ही दे देंगे। ये इसलिए है कि अगली सरकार बनाने के लिए इससे बड़ा पैकेज उन प्रदेशों को दे। और उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश ने प्रधानमंत्री दिया है, और क्या चाहिए उत्तर प्रदेश को?
It's an underwhelming budget. I didn't hear anything about the key issues facing the common people of our country. There was no mention of Manrega. There was no mention or insufficient mention of any steps taken to improve the income of the ordinary person. We have seen far too little from the government when it comes to taking care of the severe income disparities in this country. Job creation, there was a token gesture made towards that, but unfortunately very short on specifics. And I personally welcome only one provision, which is this abolition of the tax on angel investors.
Union Minister Rammohan Naidu is with me. Rammohan sir, I've been to your state during the elections as well. I've seen Amravati not building for last 5 years. But this time, do you think that now the infrastructure work and the development work will go on?
Absolutely. There is a lot of budget provision that has been created in this budget today to the tune of 15,000 crores. And also, when the central government gives an idea that we are supporting the capital, automatically the private industry, automatically the people, they get a lot of confidence that the capital is going to be built here. So that is what we are expecting there. It is going to give a huge push for Andhra Pradesh, and this is what Jagan Reddy did before. Like you have said, you would have seen it. He has made it a ghost town. He has totally destroyed the idea of Amravati capital. So now it is the responsibility of the NDA government to rebuild it, which was an election promise also. And I am very happy that within 2 months' time of the election result, that central government has reciprocated the confidence, the assurance that people had on the NDA government. They have reciprocated with huge heart.
एक तरीके से सबके लिए ड्रीम बजट है, सब सेक्शन के लिए और खास करके युवाओं के लिए और महिलाओं के लिए। ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने क्रिटिसाइज किया, मतलब ये बहुत अच्छा बजट है, इसलिए वो निराश हो गए हैं, क्योंकि अच्छा बजट है, देश के लिए अच्छा बजट आया है, इसी से ऑपोजिशन पार्टी चिंता में है। बजट में आप बताइए, एक सेक्टर बताइए जिसको आपने नजरअंदाज किया, कहीं ऐसा नजर नहीं आता है, हर एक सेक्टर के लिए इस बजट में प्रावधान रखा है।
Right, so lots of reactions coming in as far as the budget is concerned. We began the day with our budget expectations. We've got reactions at this stage. Mr. Sanjeev Puri with us, Mr. Mukundan Rajanavane, and Deepak Shetty as well, and also Deepak Thakur. Thank you all very much for being with us. Mr. Puri, let me come to you first. Were you satisfied with what this budget had? Did it give our economy the big bang or a serious impetus which so many look forward to?
I think it's indeed a remarkable budget.
So
the mic next to you, yeah.
It's indeed a remarkable budget. It has addressed the issue of continued investment for growth. It has addressed the issue of very important issue of the climate emergency. And it has stuck to the, not stuck actually, it has gone way beyond whatever guidance was given on fiscal consolidation. It was 5.1 earlier, it's now, we're talking of 4.9%. So it's much better from a macro stability point of view. And a lot of focus very clearly on livelihoods and a lot of focus on the rural economy, agriculture, a lot of focus on providing impetus to manufacturing, a lot of focus on certain futuristic areas like critical minerals, innovation. And beyond that, I think what is very important also is the budget has very clearly made some very strong statements on the intent for ease of doing business, a lot of reference to certain areas that will be comprehensively reviewed. Very strong statement on GST to make it more inclusive. Strong statement on next generation factor reforms, that they will be a policy paper and you know, that will hopefully start narrative. A lot of reference to the next generation of reforms which have to be done by the states on how to align the states with that. So all in all, I think address these issues of our growth and economic transformation, and also very clearly articulating the policy direction that's required for the next phase of economic transformation.
And if I may add, a new tax code in 6 months.
Absolutely.
In
new
6 months, you know, I mean, that's really impressive.
Really impressive.
I just, go ahead. Yes, Maria.
Question on infrastructure in particular. Is there continuity in it, because the government had been putting in a lot of money in infrastructure building? They were of the opinion, and that's what also played out during elections, that all these assets which are generated for the country, it is leading to employment generation. But this time around, the increase in capex has been roughly around 11%, not as much as the industry would have wanted.
I think you have said it very right. There is certainly a continuity, and we all know every rupee invested in infrastructure creates a multiplier effect. But if you look at other than the capex, which is announced in line with the interim budget, there are some specific announcements which have been made. The whole focus on Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, connecting 25,000 habitats, the 3 crore more houses, again something which was announced recently but confirmed as a part of the budget. The other important part about infrastructure is, when we talk about infrastructure, we look at only the central government, but a lot of infrastructure is developed also through the state governments. And this whole focus on the 50-year loan, which has continued from the last budget announcement, will also spruce up more infrastructure investment through the states. So I would actually add, saying that it is not only continuity in the focus on infrastructure development, but topping it up with some of the schemes, like particularly Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana.
Okay, so if it is indeed about topping it up, then how do you look at the onus which has been put on a number of companies, top 500 private companies also, that they have to provide internship? As the Prime Minister also said in his soundbite just a few minutes back, that this is for the first time that the government is paying for internship of the youth.
So if you really look at it, the capability to produce interns and put those training facilities actually exists with the top companies. It doesn't exist with MSMEs. To actually say they will do it is going to be very, very difficult. Top 500 companies already do a lot of apprenticeship program, a lot of internship program. This ability to sort of link it with CSR and the spending on one hand, and also support that internship program, is, I think, the right way. Also, the syllabus and the training process which big companies have are going to be top class, top quality in terms of producing very, very skilled workforce. So what government has really done is gone to the companies which have already established these facilities, engaged with them, and is sort of moving forward to produce skilled workforce for India.
Fiscal consolidation at under 5%, that's really good. I mean, if anything else, our credit rating might actually shoot up. I mean, that's the hope. Your sense?
No, absolutely. Actually, what was more exciting was the direction that, you know, it will go down to 4.5% over the next few years. So I think, you know, this clearly shows that the government has got, you know, is at least have tremendous control on, you know, how they are looking at the future and giving direction. Because, you know, when industry invests, I think these are very critical parameters, you know, that guides longer term investments over the longer period. So I think many of the aspects that we saw that came out, you know, actually touched upon those 9 buckets, right? I think if we can fill those buckets correctly, you know, over the next 25 years, you know, to the Viksit Bharat, I think, you know, there is tremendous, like, you know, it's a budget of hope. I think, you know, there is hope that the country can actually, you know, make this big shift and turn around, you know, as a developed country.
Sure. Mr. Deepak Thakur also with us. Are you, Mr. Thakur, impressed with what the minister had to say as far as green energy transition is concerned? There was an expectation in some quarters of a substantial fund being created. Do you believe that as far as the transition is concerned, this was a glass more half empty than half full?
So first of all, I think kudos to the government for putting together a budget which actually talks about energy security and green energy integrated quite holistically. If you look at it, if I see the budget, the 3 key ingredients, which is human capital, finance, and a policy framework which supports the growth of energy transition and green energy, I think has been addressed quite well. Let's just see one thing which has come out, which I believe is going to be a huge catalyst for the industry in terms of finance. The whole taxonomy on climate finance, I think, will clearly help enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation investments. We talk about, there was a roadmap which was created earlier about the Indian carbon markets. I think the fact that now there is going to be a more definitive framework for making this more viable and more realistic, I think enables the whole green energy transition across to happen much more aggressively. The policy framework also allows for new technologies. I think something of small and modular nuclear reactors, and I think moving in that direction, I think is a huge step. Pump storage, while there were guidelines, there were projections of about 19,000 megawatts of pump storage required for renewable energy integration. I think clearly now there's a statement of purpose that is going to come out and a policy framework which is going to come out. When you talk about inclusive RE transition, I think the fact that the government has now put down saying that they will actually provide financial support for micro and small industries to move towards green energy, I think is a huge step in terms of making energy transition happen across the entire spectrum of industrial and commercial establishments. Last but not the least, if I look at it, human capital. Okay. I think with the growth that is projected for renewable energy, I think human capital is going to be a very key ingredient. And I think the whole focus of employment and skilling is also going to make a huge impact on the green economy, also getting blue collar, white collar kind of talent coming in to support the growth target that the government has put forth, not only till the end of the decade, but I think going forward till 2047. So overall, I think I would give high marks to the government in terms of having a very holistic approach.
Okay, so a big thumbs up coming in there for the Finance Minister. But what is the view from the Agriculture Minister? Shivraj Singh Chauhan has spoken out. Let's listen in.
मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं, वित्त मंत्री जी को बधाई देता हूं। ये बजट 2047 तक विकसित भारत के निर्माण का बजट है। एक वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, संपन्न और समृद्ध और शक्तिशाली भारत के निर्माण का बजट है, जिसमें समाज के हर वर्ग का ध्यान रखा गया है और विशेषकर किसान, कृषि और ग्रामीण विकास के लिए ये बजट वरदान है। अगर कृषि की दृष्टि से, किसान की दृष्टि से देखें तो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती हमारे सामने है बढ़ते हुए तापमान के बीच, क्लाइमेट चेंज के बीच उत्पादन हम कैसे बढ़ाएं। इन चुनौतियों का मुकाबला करने के लिए इस बजट में यह घोषणा की गई है कि हमारे फल हो, सब्जी हो या अनाज हो, उनके अधिक उत्पादन के लिए जलवायु अनुकूल बीज की 109 किस्मों को लॉन्च किया जाएगा रिसर्च के माध्यम से जो तैयार हो रही है। इससे उत्पादन बढ़ेगा। उत्पादन बढ़ाने के प्रयास भी है। उत्पादन की लागत घटे, इसलिए किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के माध्यम से सस्ता लोन किसान को मिले। अनेकों और प्रावधान है, उसके विस्तार में मैं नहीं जा रहा, लेकिन उत्पादन का ठीक दाम भी किसान को मिले, इसके लिए एमएसपी पर खरीदी की व्यवस्था की गई है। और एमएसपी पर खरीदी भी उत्पादन की लागत में 50% प्रॉफिट जोड़ के अब एमएसपी की घोषणा की जाती है, तो उसके लिए इसमें पर्याप्त प्रावधान किया गया है। दलहन और तिलहन के उत्पादन में हमारा देश आत्मनिर्भर हो और किसान को दाम भी ठीक मिले, इसके लिए तुअर मतलब अरहर, उड़द और मसूर, ये किसान जितनी उत्पादित करेगा एमएसपी पर खरीदी जाएगी पूरी की पूरी। और तिलहन का उत्पादन भी बढ़े, देश आत्मनिर्भर हो, उसका भी प्रावधान इसमें किया गया है। लेकिन एक बात के लिए विशेष रूप से मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, उन्हें
को और मजबूती से आगे जा पाएगा। अनेक टैक्स की सहूलियत दी गई है। ये सारे को मैं तुलना करूं, इस बजट देश में नया रोजगार सृजन करेगा, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन स्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग, रिस्किलिंग की कल्पना इस बजट में की गई है। 1000 ITI को देश की इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिलके 21st सेंचुरी रिक्वायरमेंट के लेवल पे उसको तैयार किया जाएगा। एजुकेशन लोन, स्किल लोन, अनेक युवा हितैषी कार्यक्रम इस बजट में लाया गया है।
लेकिन विपक्ष का कहना है कि ये जो बजट है ये बिहार आंध्रा सेंट्रिक बजट है और नंबर 2 की सरकार बचाने वाला बजट है।
ये बजट देश की मध्यवर्गीयों के लिए है। ये बजट देश की, क्या प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना सिर्फ बिहार और आंध्र में बनने वाला है? देश की सभी राज्यों में बनने वाला है। मुद्रा लोन के लाभार्थी क्या चंद राज्यों में होंगे या देश भर में होंगे? स्वनिधि देश के गरीब स्ट्रीट हॉकर्स के लिए, स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स के लिए उपलब्ध है। क्या सिर्फ कुछ राज्यों में रहेगा या पूरा देश में रहेगा? विपक्ष एक नकारात्मक मानसिकता से गुजर रहा है। विशेष करके कांग्रेस पार्टी लगातार तीसरी बार फेल हुई है। इसकी हताशा उनको सब चीज में दिखता है। इस बजट को मैं स्वागत करता हूं।
सर, इंटर्नशिप की एक नई योजना आई है, उसमें 1 करोड़ युवाओं को उसका लाभ मिलेगा, लेकिन कांग्रेस का कहना है कि ये उसका जो मैनिफेस्टो था उसको कॉपी किया है। चिदम्बरम जी ने इस पर ट्वीट भी किया है।
देखिए, फाइनली किया तो हमने ना, लोगों ने आपको तो मौका नहीं दिया। आप कई सारा आपने पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ियों तक आपने कई बात को कहते रहे। आपको लोगों ने पिछले में कह रहा हूँ ना, कांग्रेस पार्टी तीसरी बार फेल हुई है। इसलिए तो नाम अभी कटा लेना चाहिए। चिदम्बरम साहब नाम कटा के और कहीं स्कूल में दाखिला करनी चाहिए। लोगों ने उनको रिजेक्ट किया है, हम लोगों के लिए काम किए हैं।
10 साल में पहली बार फ्लड को भी एड्रेस किया गया है। बिहार के फ्लड से बहुत परेशानी लोगों को होती थी और इस सरकार ने 11,500 करोड़ रुपए देने का ऐलान किया है।
मैंने वही कहा ना कि देश में पूर्वी भारत को महत्व मिला है। पूर्वी भारत की मेहनत का लोग देश की अर्थनीति में गति लाते हैं। उनके मन में रहता था कि हमारी इलाका कब पश्चिम जैसे, दक्षिण जैसे, उत्तर जैसे विकसित होगा। इस बार बजट की जो आउटलाइन है, जो एक टेम्पलेट बनाई गई है, पूर्वोदय, और इस विषय को मैं तो सौभाग्यशाली हूँ, उस पहला मीटिंग का मैं साक्षी हूँ। उड़ीसा की एक जनसभा में 2015 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री पूर्वोदय के बारे में पारादीप रिफाइनरी को लोकार्पित करते हुए कहा था। वो उसमें निरंतर कहे, पूर्वोत्तर भारत के बारे में कहें, पूर्वोदय के बारे में कहें। अरे सारे, सिर्फ बिहार में फ्लड कंट्रोल की बात नहीं कही, उन्होंने आसाम को भी कही। ये सारे लंबे समय की मांग होती थी उस इलाके की। भारत सरकार ने इस बार उसको प्राथमिकता दी है।
आखिरी सवाल सर, आपके राज्य का है। बीजेडी ने बाइकॉट किया है राज्यसभा में और कहा कि उड़ीसा के लिए कुछ नहीं है और सिर्फ टूरिज्म की बात की गई है, वो भी क्लियर नहीं है कि उसमें क्या।
देखिए, पूर्वोदय की उनको इंतजार करनी चाहिए, राज्यसभा में वो पार्टिसिपेट करनी चाहिए, उनको भी समझ में आ जाएगी। डबल इंजन की सरकार उड़ीसा में विकास की ट्रेन को और गति से चलाएगी।
महाराष्ट्र और पश्चिम बंगाल के विपक्षी दलों ने भी इसका विरोध किया है कि उन दोनों राज्यों की अनदेखी की गई।
देखिए, पूर्वोदय में तो बंगाल है ही। अभी देखो ये
All right, so several reactions coming in on the union budget. We are at the Confederation of Indian Industry bringing in expert voices. I'm now joined by Mr. Vinod Sharma. Thanks very much for being with us, Mr. Khambata, and Vishesh Chandyok join us as well. He, of course, is with Grant Thornton. Mr. Sharma, let me come to you first. You know, electronics is a sector which obviously you're very close to. In terms of your expectations, did you see anything favorable in the budget?
Yes. So if you look at 4, maybe even 4.5 points out of the 9 priorities that the FM laid out are to do with manufacturing, MSMEs, skilling, employment-linked incentives, something that we at CI had recommended for the first time. So that augurs very well for all manufacturing. Coming specifically to electronics, of course, we are now on a glide path where the mobile phones from 20%, we have asked for a reduction to 15% and hopefully lower later. And the idea is that we become a globally competitive manufacturer, not just an assembler of mobile phones or electronics, but deep down manufacturing, value-added manufacturing. What has been missed out, but we are waiting patiently, is a policy for components, which I'm told will soon follow in the next few days.
Sure. Mr. Khambata, we've been a bit conservative, the government deliberately, even in the economic survey, on the GDP growth rate. You know, and in terms of the targets, do you believe that we are being too cautious, or is it sort of couched in a sense that we shouldn't try and overachieve?
See, let me put the context. We have a government in its 3rd term.
We have our post-COVID, the whole world looks at India for everything. And I think our youth have aspirations beyond. Now, when all this concept, if you say we are going to grow at the same number we used to grow, I don't think it's the correct thing. We should be now saying, come what may, we want to grow at 10%. Now, what it takes, let's do it. And that should be the approach. Now, I'm not saying it is bad to be cautious, but I think we I think time has come that we could have taken a higher growth target and put more money behind that. When I say more money behind, if you tell somebody, an industry, for example, we talk of the employee link, whatever, strip. Now, instead of saying, I will give you your PF back, you say, I will give you X money, you invest and you create that much employment. So a PLI type scheme for MSMEs linked not to capital but to employment. So I somehow believe that we should be putting more money in actual in investment in manufacturing where the jobs are created, toys, textiles, food processing, leather, and then export to the world.
Sure.
That is, I think, the model which I was expecting. But having said that, there are a lot of positive things in the budget. For the youth, for skill development, using CSR money, for interns.
In fact, we'll just come to those points in a bit. I'm also joined by Nainalal Kidwai at this stage. Thanks, Ms. Kidwai, very much for being with us. Skill development and job creation, particularly given the fact that we need, 80 lakh jobs for the next 20 years to sustain the growth that we're looking at, is absolutely essential. Do you believe that was addressed satisfactorily, or do you believe that this internship for a year in top companies is just a very small step?
Well, it's one of many steps and something we have to continue to push on. We can never do enough in this space. Companies themselves are, I think, somewhat reluctant to play this out. So, as with many things, big announcements, we also need to look at the absorptive capacity of the economy, the absorptive capacity of those that need to implement on it. So I think it's an excellent start, and it's something that can continue to be pushed. We do need this partnership with industry to ensure that the skilling happens in designs and ways that help our communities and our unemployed, but equally that help industry in the long run, because industry itself is not just looking at the internship, but looking at growing its skilled base, which it can draw on. And therefore, that partnership becomes important. I think very important steps. I think the incentives being given also for MSMEs are very important, particularly to do with the financing. And I raise this in the context of the question on employment, because when an MSME grows, it employs more and more people. So employment is not just about how many people we bring in, and of course, employment-intensive industries, as was just mentioned, is critical, but also how the entire swath of our MSME sector is covered by it. And in that, we have seen now announcements on the credit guarantee scheme, which I think is a very important aspect, increase of the Mudra loans from 10 to 20 lakhs for those that have repaid their loans. There's mention of ensuring that we can get more industrial parks in, and these clearly help all industry, particularly MSMEs. So every one of these steps is important in terms of employment generation and the concomitant skilling that follows. So I think we should be looking at this entire space of jobs, employment, and skilling as one. And I do think that this budget is clearly a step in the right direction. And I hope every budget after only grows on what will have started now.
Mr. Chanayok, would you like to talk a little bit about MSMEs as well? Do you believe that there's been a substantial push here? Does that work? Did you expect more?
Well, let me just first touch on the point Naina was just making about job, skilling and employment and how those three things need to work together. I come from a sector where the main qualification, the accountancy qualification, is at the center of that. For 3 years, you work, you earn a compensation, and you study and do your exams. I think that is the way forward versus this 3 or 4 years where you go to a college and study only, and then after that, see, am I suitable to be employed or not, where we know only 50%, according to the economic survey, now are employable. That's up from 30-odd% 5 years ago, but still that means 50% of our people are not employable after they finish their education. I think on MSMEs, I think Naina covered most of the incentives, the credit guarantee scheme. There's another one on the SMA accounts, the special mention accounts when MSMEs get into trouble, how they would be supported. But I think, again, I'd like to go back to the economic survey. The economic survey quite correctly recognizes the need for that Indian Mittelstand. That's a German word, the middle market.
Yes.
And I think we sort of miss the trees for the woods when we talk about MSMEs as Mittelstand. 99.4% of our MSMEs are micro enterprises. Definitely we need to do things there, but we need to work on creating the missing middle in India. There are the very large companies, there are the micro companies, but where is that missing middle? And how do we incentivize that? And I think there we need a new nomenclature to start with.
Sure.
I call it aspirational companies, Atmanirbhar companies. Something like that is what we need, and then incentivize that. That will really, unleash the animal spirits of our economy that Piruz was just talking about. 6.5% can then be 9.5% very quickly.
We haven't used the word animal spirit so far in this budget. My apologies. We've used it now. Let's see where that GDP growth ultimately ends up going. It needs to be holistic growth. However, I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. Naina Lal Kidwai, always a pleasure to speak with you. We continue to bring you several more reactions. For the moment, it's across to the studio.
Right, so that was our panel, in fact, getting you experts and their opinion, industry leaders talking about the budget 2024. Many, in fact, important focus on the the capex expenditure which the government continues, and apart from that, of course, the job generation has been one of the focus as far as this government is concerned. It has been on the back foot when it comes to unemployment, data and the issues which the opposition has raised, and this time it seems that there is a quite focus there by the union government as far as the job creation is concerned, because there have been some jobs related incentives for companies as well, the apprenticeship scheme, all those in fact coming in as far as this budget is concerned, though the markets, because of the tax which has been increased on the long-term capital gain, doesn't seem to be in fact reflecting those sentiments. The market's down a bit, not very happy with a few taxes which have been put in. But let's quickly go across to my colleagues, those who are spread all across, trying to get us how the people on the street, we've heard the politicians, we have heard the industrialists, but how the people on the streets, the Aam Aadmi, you and I, how do we in fact feel about this budget? My colleagues Radhika and Pratibha are joining us from two of the most important cities in the country, Mumbai and Bengaluru. Radhika, coming to you first, how is the financial capital of Mumbai, of our country, reacting to in fact this budget? What are the people saying on the streets?
Budget 2024 has been announced and government has called it an all-inclusive budget covering multiple sectors. Let's find out from residents of Mumbai their thoughts on budget 2024. You heard the announcements, multiple opportunities they're being given to youth as far as skilling and programs on internships are concerned. But what are your thoughts largely on all the announcements that have been made today?
So first of all, as somebody from the MSME sector, all of us welcome the credit guarantee schemes up to 100 crores announced by the government. This we see as a continuation of promotion of MSME, which have been coming from the last couple of budgets. So that's a good thing that they are giving us credit guarantee. Going forward, as MSME sector, we would request a more structured program for MSMEs where the industries and the working of the industries are also supported. So yes, lots is done, and we are welcoming and looking forward to more to be done.
Looking forward to more to be done. Ma'am, you heard the announcement, a march for women being announced, a lot of push for women in the workforce. Your thoughts?
I think what you rightly said is an all-inclusive program, Over 3 lakh crore women are going to be empowered, and also with the budget going to 3 lakh crore women allocated to women, I mean, it's going to be amazing. The creches for women, the women facilities for their hostels is going to encourage the working women force a lot. This is what really India needed. I welcome the budget. I really love the schemes, and I really hope that everyone can make your good utilization of the schemes and go ahead. Thank you.
What are the pluses and minuses of this union budget? I have with me corporate personalities from the Karnataka chapter of the CII in Bengaluru. And starting with you first, what are your first thoughts when it comes to the budget?
It's a very progressive budget initiative.
And this is really going to help the MSMEs in particular. And as an MSME state convener, I'm quite excited about it.
When it comes to the challenges, what are the challenges you foresee?
Yeah, the challenge is always, from a policy to implementation. So how do you convert the policy intent, whatever the intent of this policy, put into the real actions? This is always a challenge, and I see quite a lot of challenges. And there are many things which announced by the Honorable Finance Minister has a collaborative effect with the states. There are a lot of policies, a lot of things are also required that the states need to collaborate. So that's a big challenge, right? The states need to understand those things and implement. If I give you one example, in this budget, the capex, while the central government has kept the capex of 3.4% of the GDP, at the same time, almost 1.5 lakh crores, they have kept it for the states to implement these infrastructure-related things in that. So how do the states take it forward and utilize this in a right way is always a challenge.
Well, when it comes to women, employment, all of these given a lot of impetus, how do you see that?
Yeah, this budget clearly talks about growth with jobs. Okay, we were always debating the growth without a job. So I think there is a clear-cut thrust this time across the sector on job creation. And there are a lot of policy supporting initiatives, including internships and other details what are been stated in the budget by the FM. So I personally believe this budget, even though the growth what they are targeting is I think conservative. They're talking about 6.5% to 7%, but we believe it should be 7.5% or 8%. But having said that, I think this is clearly a budget focused on employment generation.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
the biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
After a great victory by Indian team and today
Welcome back. We've been tracking all the reactions from all over India and industry with regard to the union budget. It's now been presented. Lots of positives in the budget, a sense of the government being upbeat and confident about where they are. It's not a big bang budget in that sense. It's an incremental budget which follows up on what the government has been doing for the last couple of terms. I'm joined now by a very special guest, Amitabh Kant, with us, and Mr. Ashok Sehgal also with us in the studio. But Mr. Kant, let me come to you first. And you know, for years now, Mr. Kant, we've had discussions where we talk about the need for reskilling, job creation, job development. You know what the economic survey had to say about 70 lakh odd jobs needing to be created every single year for the next 20 years. With the financial allotment now and the steps which have been introduced, do you believe we are in the right trajectory to enable that to take place?
See, the important thing, Vishnu, is that while we've been creating jobs, largely those jobs have been in the agriculture sector, and they're poorly paid jobs. So you need to create jobs out of agriculture. You need to shift a large segment of your population away from agriculture into manufacturing. What this budget does is to look at providing, it's a catalyst for providing employment in manufacturing sector, because it gives the benefit to both employer and the employee. It gives the benefit, through another scheme, it gives a benefit to the first-time employees of 1 month's salary. And then there's a separate benefit, third scheme, which for employers, that they will get a benefit of 3,000 rupees for the next 2 years on every employment that they do. So the budget actually, if you look at it, in addition to the centrally sponsored scheme for skilling 25 lakh youth, and the remodeling of ITIs, etc., and also a huge focus on women skilling, actually provides a completely new dimension to both employment and skilling.
A lot of people, you and I included, would have hoped for less taxes to pay. Who doesn't? But that said, the fact that the government is trying to fix the entire tax structure, and they've said in 6 months the entire tax code will be changed. That's an impressive target, very difficult to achieve. But once that does happen, how does that actually help us in terms of economic growth?
No, so, predictability, consistency, stability, easiness, simplicity, these are the hallmarks of a great government. And, making India easy and simple, making the tax regime very stable, easy, bringing in stability of policy across sectors, that is what the government's job is. The policy design must be correct and right. There may be, some people may not like it, but I think that is the way a good government needs to work if India has to grow at high rates of 8 to 9% over a 3-decade period. And that is what the government is attempting to do in the tax structure. And it's very, very important because, the GST simplification has helped us. Bringing in GST, which is paperless, cashless, has helped us enormously. And now with this direct tax regime getting simplified, that will enable India to become an easy and simple nation. One of the major challenges plaguing India has been on the tax regime, the complexity of it. The more and more simple, the more and more easy we make it, we'll make it very predictable and consistent.
The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has just tweeted a little while back, Nirmala Sitharaman didn't talk about the defence budget. We've got the breakup through the Defence Minister, who says that the defence budget is 12.9% of the total budget of the Government of India. That is very substantial. But as a percentage of GDP, India's defence allocation is still quite low. And I say this because look at China. It is a constant concern for us. But what is impressive is the capital outlay to indigenous acquisitions, indigenous capital acquisitions, and the push towards Atmanirbharta. So two aspects of that question: a high financial allocation, but as a percentage of GDP low, and secondly, the push towards Atmanirbharta continues.
So firstly, Vishnu, it's very important that India spends money on education, health, nutrition. Now, the finance minister obviously cannot go around giving outlays of every sector. It's written in the budget. So rightly, the defense sector budget has gone up. But more important is that the huge focus on Atmanirbharta and Make in India. One of the remarkable stories of India in the last few years has been that from a hugely importing nation, we used to import all our defense needs. We've now become a nation which has pushed startups in defense, which has indigenized on defense. We are now exporting our defense in a very big way. Our defense exports are one of the fastest growing sectors, and they have enormously benefited the economy. So I think that's what we need to do, push for manufacturing in the defense sector. And if once defense manufacturing takes over, it has a huge spin-off on several other sectors of the economy.
All right, Amitabh Kant, wonderful speaking to you. Thanks very much for being with us. One final question, Mr. Kant. Rate the budget 1 to 10. Where would you place it? And don't say 10 now. That's a bit unrealistic. Where would you place the budget?
Well, I'd rate it very high. I'm not in a numbers game, but I'd rate it really an excellent budget, because it's not a budget for today, but it's a budget for long-term growth of India. It's also a budget which focuses on growth with employment. It's also a very progressive, pragmatic budget. So I'd really like to compliment Finance Minister for a truly outstanding budget.
All right, thanks very much for being with us. We're going to take a short break, come back with a lot more. Stay tuned to NDTV.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, वन वर्ल्ड हाइजीन.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है. आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है. चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो. ये आयो बात पैसाबाजार.com.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV and today is Budget Day. We're getting you all the highlights, all the reactions. The opposition hits out at the budget. Let's first take a look at the headlines at this hour. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her 7th budget. The focus on creating job opportunities, relief taxpayers under the new regime and rewarded key NDA allies. Prime Minister Modi praises the budget, says it empowers the middle class and gives a push to jobs, and that it will serve as a catalyst to help India become the 3rd largest economy globally in the next few years. A comprehensive review of the income tax is promised in the budget. Capital gains tax and STT is increased. Angel tax is abolished. So an increase in the rate of securities transaction tax and angel tax abolished. NDA 3.0 feels opposition heat. Leaders corner the government over appeasement of allies. Rahul Gandhi says allies have been appeased at the cost of others. States. Samajwadi Party says all focus on Bihar and Andhra. Trinamool Congress says Kursi Bachao budget. Former Finance Minister Chidambaram welcomes the abolition of the angel tax. And on the initial announcement of a capital gains tax increase and STT increase, the markets had tanked, but now markets recover after the initial jitters. Markets had slipped on the capital gains tax announcement. The first budget of Modi 3.0 has rewarded key NDA allies, relief taxpayers under the new regime and focused on creating job opportunities for youngsters. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech had good news for taxpayers opting for the new regime. So let's just take you through the highlights of the budget. Now, first and foremost, standard deduction in income tax has been raised to 75,000 from 50,000. New tax regime slabs have been announced, and so those slabs have been changed. Some good news for the middle class. Salaried employees can now save up to 17,500. A comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961 that has been promised over the next few months, 6 months in fact. A long-term and short-term capital gains tax STT hiked. That's a move that left markets jittery. Markets, in fact, went down significantly, and both Sensex, Nifty trending down. But now there has been some amount of recovery there. Other good news has been angel tax abolished, a move that's been welcomed by the former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, who, in fact, posted on social media platform X saying that this is something that he welcomes. Customs duty for mobile phones, gold, cancer medicines, medical equipment has been slashed. A fiscal deficit cut to 4.9% from 5.1%, so for better fiscal discipline. Also, as we mentioned, the finance minister really opening up those purse strings for allies. Remember, TDP and JDU, the two big alliance partners of the NDA, of the BJP, who've helped them come to power. So, announcing special finance schemes for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. There's a special focus on states in the east, including Odisha. Now, multiple job schemes were also announced by Nirmala Sitharaman with incentives for employers and special schemes for MSMEs focused on easy access to credit. So that is that's one of the positive developments that's got a big thumbs up. And as we said, Prime Minister Modi praised the budget, says it's a budget that empowers the middle class. He said there's an unprecedented push for jobs in the budget, given that has been the issue over which the opposition has been targeting the government over the lack of jobs. The Prime Minister also saying that the budget will serve as a catalyst to help India become the third largest economy.
12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स, देश में नए सैटेलाइट टाउन्स का विकास और 14 बड़े शहरों के लिए ट्रांजिट प्लान्स, इससे देश में नए इकोनॉमिक हब विकसित होंगे और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में नए रोजगार बनेंगे.
Scheme A, first timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths.
1 करोड़ नौजवानों को इंटर्नशिप की योजना, इससे गांव के, गरीब के मेरे नौजवान साथी, मेरे बेटे बेटी देश की टॉप कंपनियों में काम करेंगे. उनके सामने संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खुलेंगे. हमें हर शहर, हर गांव, हर घर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाना है.
All right, let's just listen into what Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge is saying on the budget.
दूसरा, जो किसानों के लिए हम अपेक्षा कर रहे थे एमएसपी गारंटी का, और कानूनन उसको कुछ एमएसपी को मजबूती मिलेगी और फर्टिलाइज़र और दूसरे पेस्टिसाइड, इसके लिए कुछ सब्सिडी भी मिलेगा. ये सारी चीज़ें हमने एक्सपेक्ट किया था, वो भी इसमें नहीं है. और इतने हादसे रेलवे में हो रहे हैं, वो रेलवे का तो ऐसा हो गया ना इधर का ना उधर का. वो फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट जब भी गया, रेल डिपार्टमेंट, तब से या तो उसको ठीक ढंग से पैसे मिल रहे या भर्तियां नहीं हो रही, उसके बारे में कुछ जिक्र नहीं किया. उन्होंने कर सकते थे कि हम इतने नौकरियां खाली है, उसको ठीक करके सिग्नल वाला हों दो, अटेंड करने वाले हों दो, और जितने भी पुलिस सिक्योरिटी होना वो हों दो. ये जो आवश्यक चीज़ें रेलवे में करनी थी वो भी उन्होंने नहीं किया. और पटरी सुधारना, रेल पटरी सुधारना और बाकी के जो पैसेंजर की सेफ्टी के लिए कुछ करना था, वो भी इन्होंने ज़्यादा पैसे रख के कुछ नहीं किया. और बहुत दिन से मैं खुद ही कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, जो पहले के स्कीम्स थे, खास करके जो बोगी फैक्ट्री हम कर्नाटक में बनाए थे, उसको एक्सपांड करने का था. तो अब 10 साल से वो एक्सपांड करने के लिए कुछ पैसे नहीं दे रहे. और बहुत से जो नए स्कीम पहले गवर्नमेंट दी थी और जो रेलवे लाइन नए दिए थे, वो भी इसमें नहीं है. तो रेलवे बजट भी इतना कमज़ोर बनाया है, शायद उसी लिए तो वो फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट में मर्ज करके उसको ऑर्फन कर
infrastructure
All right, so Mallikarjun Kharge there questioning several aspects, saying what about railway security, also talking about rural distress and, criticizing the budget on that front. But let's take a look at what else has been said by opposition leaders, and praise actually coming from former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram. Let's go across now first to where the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is addressing a press conference. Let's listen in.
Welcome, ma'am. Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Shri Pankaj Chaudhary ji. I also welcome Finance and Expenditure Secretary, Dr. T.V. Somanathan, Secretary Economic Affairs, Shri Ajay Seth, Secretary Deepam, Shri Tarun Kant Pandey ji, Secretary Financial Services, Tuhin Kant Pandey ji, Secretary Financial Services, Dr. Vivek Joshi, Secretary Revenue, Shri Sanjay Malhotra, and Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, to this press conference. Friends, I request you to follow this following point of order. It would be good if you each of one ask one question each. That will facilitate others to ask questions. And we will try to take most of the questions in this press conference. Ma'am will directly answer your question without any preliminary statement. Over to ma'am. Over to question. Anybody? All question 71, please.
मैम तरुण फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस. मैम आपने आज के बजट में शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल गेन और लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन दोनों के रेट्स को बढ़ाया है, और रियल एस्टेट में आपने इंडेक्सेशन के बेनिफिट को ख़त्म किया है. तो मैम क्या हम माने कि जो इक्विटी है अब आप उसको बाकी एसेट्स क्लास के बराबर लाना चाह रहे हैं, इस वजह से आपने लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन के टैक्स रेट को 10% से 12.5% किया.
First of all, thank you very much for coming here. After having heard the budget, I chose not to make an opening statement because you've heard me almost for 1.5 hours, and I'm sure you have, you're eager to know what is in the budget and also seek clarification. For your, just for a matter of drawing your attention, we've put up a single slide which has used the word employment as an acronym to capture that is everything in the budget. So each letter actually highlights the important points of the budget, and we can elaborate more on that a bit later, but employment captures everything to do with this budget, and I would like you to, for a moment, spend a time on it. And deriving from that, everything which has been said in the budget falls in place. But with that said, yes, your question is on, the point there is we wanted to simplify the approach to taxation, also for the capital gains. One. Second, if anything, the average taxation actually has come down when we say it is 12.5%. Because we've worked out for each of the different asset classes, each varied with the indexation. I'll ask secretaries to elaborate on it. But the point that we brought it down from below the average to 12.5, which is the lowest if you can look at the last several years, encourages investment in the markets. With that said, I'll ask Somanathan or who is going to elaborate, Sanjay, on the specifics.
So you had, there were I think 2 or more parts to your question. One was on real estate and gold and other assets. So earlier the rate was 20% with indexation. It has now been reduced to 12.5% without indexation. if you assume that the rate of return on real estate is typically above 10% per annum, and if you take inflation at about 4% per annum, the real rate of return was earlier, let's say, somewhere between 6 and 16% per annum in real estate. If it was 16%, 20% of 16% was being taxed. The effective rate was 16%. It has gone down to 12.5%. If the rate of return was 10% per annum nominal, it has also remained approximately the same at 12.5%. So actually there is either a reduction or no change in respect of the effective rate of tax on property and gold. Now, as regards the equity, yes, it has gone up from 10 to 12.5, but you'll also find that unlisted equity has gone down from 20 with indexation to 12.5 without indexation. Basically, we have a very, very simple, easy regime. All listed, all unlisted are at 12.5% long term. And all are at 20%, equities are at 20% and everything else is at applicable rate for short term. So yes, short term has gone up, and yes, long term has been rationalized. It has not necessarily gone up. And Sanjay, would you like to add anything?
One point I would like to add over here is that we also need to keep in mind as to the kind of people who are actually paying these taxes, the capital gains on the securities, the listed securities especially. And so over there, when we did this analysis for the year 22-23, we found that about 88% of the tax is actually coming from people who have an income of more than 15 lakh. 61% of that income is actually coming from people who have an income of more than 1 crore.
That is income on capital gains on this.
And we are all aware that otherwise, the standard rate is, about 30%. And for some it can go up to 39%. So this marginal, very small marginal increase is actually impacting only those, primarily those who have an income of more than 15 lakh rupees per year.
Okay, number 3.
On capital gains.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria from CNBC TV 18. You announced a very lucrative new tax regime with changes in tax slabs. A lot of new changes are there in the income tax side, on the revenue side. And in the speech, you mentioned that revenue foregone will be around 29,000 crore rupees, whereas government will now try to mobilize around 30,000 crore rupees. What will be these revenue mobilization measures, and from where do you think this foregone revenue will be recovered? If you can highlight, where are you foregoing the revenue and where are you going to recoup this revenue from?
First of all, it is not just because we've mentioned it in this budget, but the attempt to widen the tax net is something which we've been repeatedly saying, that India's tax net will have to be widened, whether it is in the direct taxation or indirect. Second, there are also now the PSU dividends which are improving because their valuations have gone up really high. And their performance is also now substantially increased. So revenue mobilization is not just tax-based, you have non-tax revenue mobilizations which are also coming up. Then we had, for almost now 3 years, been talking about asset monetization, which is not selling of assets, but optimum utilization of those assets which are lying in the form of unutilized stadiums or land which is available with PSUs which can be utilized for better purposes. That's a third one. Fourth, you're also looking at generating resources from newer areas. So in all those, the revenue is going to be mobilized better, and as a result of which the revenue foregone will be now made up for, is our expectation. We've said that in the budget. In my speech itself, I mentioned it. And I'm sure there are secretaries who will want to add to it. Sanjay?
Ma'am, I'll give the for details. 37,000 crore, 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes. So 29,000 crore direct taxes primarily comprises of 3 taxes, which is the increase in the STT only on derivatives, which is only on futures and options. And secondly, the buyback tax, which is to be now done in the hands of the recipient. While on the one hand, it will rationalize the tax and be more equitous and fair, because those who should be paying the taxes, higher taxes, in the higher income groups, they will pay higher tax, and those who are in nil tax category or in lower tax category, they don't have to pay a tax or a lower tax. While it does that, at the same time, it does bring in some revenue also, about 4,000 crore, and remaining, about 15,000 crore should come, from the capital gains taxes. On the indirect taxes, we are losing, as I said, about 8,000 crore primarily on the reduction in duties, especially in gold. There is a huge reduction from 15% to 6%. And then there is revenue foregone because of the personal income tax rates and the standard deduction being allowed in the new tax regime.
280, please. Backside, please. Give the mic.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Surbhi from Business Today. Ma'am, the angel tax has been abolished, which is a very welcome move. But just wanted to understand that one of the things the angel tax was also doing was checking money laundering concerns. So could you explain how these will be taken care of now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to hear it is welcome. You've been raising this issue, as with many others outside of media, also saying, are you considering it? Although it was introduced during the UPA government, and it was introduced in 2012. 2 years had passed, and since after that, when we came in, we tried keeping as a good governance principle, government being a continuum, the tax continued. Although we tried giving carve-outs for startups and also making it simpler, bringing parity for the non-resident Indians, the way in which they've been treated as opposed to the Indian investments and so on. Today we've announced that we will indeed remove it. Exactly the details, Sanjay, would you want to elaborate on it?
Yes, sure, ma'am. So we should be aware that this is actually a tax measure. It's not really a money laundering issue, but money laundering issue was being tackled through a tax measure. So first of all, I want to clarify that this tax, there are other provisions in the income tax itself, first of all, to find out the source of these funds. Number two, there is already, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which continues to be in existence. So if there is money which is being laundered, money, being paid as a bribe or for use in, other purposes for terrorism, etc., there are enough laws, including the now, the Nyaya Sahita, Bharatiya Nyaya Sahita, and the Prevention of Money Laundering Act to take care of those issues. While on the other hand, now some genuine money for investment, actually, there is this deterrent provision no longer exists, while provisions for money laundering remain, and they should be sufficient to cater to it.
I would add that there are also certain provisions of the Companies Act which can be invoked if there is deliberate undervaluation of shares. So there are other legal remedies. The balance here is between preventing money laundering but accidentally also preventing investment. So that balance is what we are seeking to get it right.
211, backside. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Prakash Predashi from ET Now. My question is, will the increased STT be applicable from April 1 or prospective? And if from April 1, will there be retrospective tax calculation for the increased amount?
It's not retrospective. It is with effect from 1st of October 2024. So we are giving sufficient time for the exchanges and the people, who collect this tax to put their systems in place to be able to collect it. It's not retrospective, it is prospective.
13. 11 ठीक 11
Ma'am, Karishma here from Business Today. Ma'am, congratulations to you and everybody. Ma'am, my question is on this special assistance to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. 15,000 crore is the number that you've given for Andhra Pradesh for this financial year. Is there further assistance that you are looking at, or is it going to be need-based in terms of the amount?
I've already mentioned in the budget speech that 15,000 crore is coming through the multilateral development assistance, which we borrow from the multilateral banks, whether it is World Bank or ADB or AIB, whatever. And I've also ended that paragraph by saying further assistance will also be extended.
There is no definitive amount?
No.
152
मैम आलोक प्रियदर्शी फ्रॉम CNBC आवाज में मैम सवाल यही है कि जिस तरह से आप लोग न्यू टैक्स रिजीम को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, इस बार भी आप लोगों ने स्लैब में चेंज किया, स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन बढ़ाया, तो ये मान के चलें कि न्यू टैक्स रिजीम के जरिए आप मिडिल क्लास को राहत देने की कोशिश की है इस बार। ओल्ड टैक्स रिजीम को लेकर क्या कोई सनसेट क्लॉज है? क्योंकि आपने कहा है कि जो इनकम टैक्स एक्ट है उसका हम लोग कंप्रेहेंसिव रिव्यू करेंगे, तो रिव्यू में क्या ये मान के चले कोई सनसेट टाइम आएगा ओल्ड टैक्स रिजीम को लेकर?
अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ। जरूर हमारी इरादा ये है कि सिंपलर टैक्सेशन रजीम होना चाहिए, और सिंपल टैक्स रजीम की ओर अगर हम जा रहे हैं ये रिव्यू के द्वारा, वो ही हमारी मकसद होगा कि सिंपल कर दो। ओल्ड टैक्स रजीम को सिंपल करने के रास्ते पर ही ये नया टैक्स रजीम आया है। सनसेट होगा कि नहीं होगा वो अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ, वो रिव्यू करने के बाद ही हम एक डिसीजन लेंगे।
और ये एक आंकड़ा मैं आपको दे दूं कि इस बार पिछली बार जो हमने परिवर्तन किए थे नई टैक्स प्रणाली में, तो 70% लोग अभी तक जो 4 करोड़ के लगभग हमारे पास में रिटर्न प्राप्त हुए हैं पिछले वर्ष के, 70% ने इसको प्रेफर किया है बनिस्बत की पुरानी प्रणाली को। तो बड़ी तेजी से लोग नई प्रणाली की ओर आकर्षित हो रहे हैं और हमारा यही प्रयास रहेगा।
Yes.
Ongoing.
Not yet. I mean, more returns are coming in.
Yes.
271
Hi ma'am, this is Sumit Chaturvedi, ET Now. Ma'am, the corporate tax for foreign companies has been slashed to 35%. I want to understand the broad intent of this intention behind this decision, and what kind of benefits to economy, increase in investment you are expecting.
You've in your own question answered it. We want more investment to come into this country, so that is why it has been brought down.
$95.
Just to add to that, there was a widened differential between foreign and domestic companies which arose after the tax cut in 2019. When the domestic rates were cut, the foreign rates were not cut. So there was a widening of the gap. With today's change, there is still a higher rate of tax for foreign companies, but it is not now disproportionately higher than domestic. And therefore, this is something where, according to the feedback received from industry, we expect more foreign companies to invest now that this regime is adjusted in this manner.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Pal Singh from Outlook Business. So you have earmarked a significant allocation towards rural infrastructure today. So how much of a boost to consumption and overall demand are we expecting here from this allocation?
So it is difficult to quantify what would be the accretion to demand coming from. I mean, the obvious increase is whatever we have increased. But yes, would there be a multiplier? Probably yes. I think with the Awas Yojana Gramin and the Gram Sadak Yojana, these two do have a lot of multiplier effects as well. Traditionally, for capital expenditure, the multiplier has been calculated at somewhere around 2.5 to 3. In the Awas Yojana, it may be a little lower. But yes, there would be a substantial multiplier. I don't have a precise calculation.
But other than the Awas Yojana and Sadak Yojana, Gram Sadak Yojana, there's a major push towards the corridors. For instance, I mentioned in the context of Bihar, I mentioned in the context of Andhra, 2 corridors which are moving, one from Visakhapatnam to Chennai, the other moving from Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Buxar, Purnia, and so on, and building of the Gaya node in the Amritsar to Kolkata are all towards building infrastructure in the rural areas in order that we attract more investment and enable transit of goods in those huge corridors. All these are essentially going to the rural areas in a big way. And therefore, it is not just through PM Awas Yojana and Sadak Yojana, but major investments in strengthening the corridors, building nodes, and therefore also in improving the rural infrastructure is happening.
11.
Ma'am, I'm Maria Shakir from NDTV and NDTV Profit. Congratulations for creating history today by becoming the only finance minister for having presented 7 consecutive budgets. Ma'am, my question to you is about the first-timer scheme, because as you said, that employment perhaps sums up the essence of this budget. Would there be more blueprint coming out as to how this first-timers scheme will be playing out, and what will be the role of private sector?
Just 1 minute. See, this Prime Minister's package that I announced has 5 different schemes. The first timers is, I would think, one of the very, very innovative initiative. So what we are doing there is to be able to provide first timers 1 whole month's salary as subsidy. And this will be put into their account as direct benefit transfer, but possibly in tranches. When an employer picks up a first timer, and this is through the EPFO that you get to know that they have paid their provident fund amounts, and therefore the first timer indicator that we are talking about will be established. So they can't just say one of the existing employee is a first timer and claim it. There are enough checks and balances in the system to make sure that indeed the first timer is coming in. And then the first timers will be put through that learning curve, and this will help them to acquire skills so that they become fully productive. This kind of a subsidy giving, 1, you give the first one month's salary. 2, you're also giving both for the employee and for the employer subsidy. So the applicable person for whom it is being given may even draw a wage up to 1 lakh rupees. But to the extent of 15,000 is what you're giving as a subsidy. The installments, as I said, for the first 1 month wage that you want to give will be done over 3 installments, direct into the first time employee's account. One compulsory measure that we are bringing in there is to make sure that the employee undergoes online financial literacy course before claiming the second installment from the government. So he may be a qualified engineer, he may be a diploma holder, he's a first-time employee in an office, he becomes a first-time employee and the employer also claims that he's been recruited. We try giving him the 15,000 rupees. He may have a salary of 1 lakh, but up to 15,000 rupees is what we are going to give. And in that, if you're giving 3 installments, the first installment will be given. But before he draws the second installment, he should undergo an online financial literacy course so that he can claim the second one. So we are not training him in engineering, we are training him in financial literacy. Post that, of course, the place where he goes to work, he's going to be working in any case. Then subsidy to be refunded if in case the employer removes him from the work within 12 months. So the employer gets a subsidy as well, But he will have to refund it if within 12 months this first-time employer has been removed out of the work. This will cover, and we expect it to cover, 1 crore persons per annum. And the scheme will run for 2 years. So up to 24 months, you can have new employees brought in, new first-time employees brought in, for whom the government will give 15,000 rupees as, from our side, 1 month, what we think, 1 month's salary. Although his salary may be any amount, but to a cap of 1 lakh. And then he undergoes some financial literacy course, post which the second installment and the third installments can be withdrawn, put into his account. But most important is, if the employer removes him within 12 months, the employer will have to refund the subsidy given to the employer. So that's how that scheme works.
278.
If I may just add, details are available in the budget speech in the annexure on page 31. So there are details of all the 5 schemes in this package. If you go through them, there's considerable amount of detail which you can get.
Hi, good evening. This is Priyashmita from Informist. I have 2 points from the budget that I would like to ask. The first is nominal GDP has been pegged at 10.5%. And we have seen that growth is on a high momentum, and even the RBI has pegged growth at 7.2%. And the Econ survey said that it is going to be between 6.5 to 7%. So a 10.5% nominal GDP looks a little conservative. What is your view on it? And the second is that there's a mention that beyond FY26, you would want to reduce your debt to GDP. And you've mentioned that, the 4% debt to GDP it's a thing of the past. So what do you think is a sustainable debt to GDP or a desirable debt to GDP at this point? Thank you.
What was the first question again?
Conservative nominal GDP projection.
See, 10.5% could be a combination of 7% growth and 3.5% GDP deflator. So a combination of wholesale price plus consumer price could easily be 3.5%. That's a very likely scenario. So 7 plus 3.5, yes, it is slightly conservative, but I don't think it is way off what is likely. Or it could be 6.5% growth and 4% inflation as per the deflator. So I think the number is reasonable, slightly conservative, yes, but we would prefer to achieve the numbers. Second, on the path after 26-27, which has been outlined in the Finance Minister's speech at the end of the Part A. So the commitment, as she has mentioned, is to endeavor to reduce the debt to GDP every year. That is in future the fiscal consolidation path. What is the percentage that would result in that fiscal consolidation is not something that we are disclosing here today or can disclose today. It will depend on circumstances. But there is a commitment to lower the debt to GDP ratio. So if every year it has to be reduced, there will necessarily have to be a particular level of deficit which we cannot exceed. And that will depend on prevailing growth rates, interest rates, and the other parameters which go into the calculation of the debt dynamics. But I can tell you that it is most likely to be a figure not above 4.5%.
249.
मैं सुनील सौरभ बोल रहा हूँ। मैं आज पहले तो आपको काफी बधाई दे दूंगी, बहुत अच्छा बजट आपने पेश की है। दूसरा मुझे ये जानना है कि रेलवे के लिए क्या कुछ खास रहा बजट में?
Which organization you are from?
कौन सा पत्रिका?
पेपर में हूँ, लोक भारती पेपर है।
Sorry?
लोक भारती।
लोक भारती।
जी हाँ। तो पहले तो बधाई दे दिया हूँ मैं आपका, बहुत अच्छा बजट आपने पेश की है और रिकॉर्ड भी की है। 7 साल से लगातार आप वित्त मंत्री के रूप में काम। मेरा कहना है कि रेलवे के लिए क्या कुछ खास हुआ, क्योंकि कोई जानकारी हम लोग को अभी तक नहीं मिली कि रेलवे के लिए क्या गया है। दूसरा, मैं रेलवे में सीनियर सिटीजन्स को कंसेशन मिलता था। आप यहाँ पीआईवी में है, पीआईवी जर्नलिस्ट को भी कंसेशन मिलता था। कोरोना में वो बंद हो गया। कोरोना को ख़त्म हुए भी 2-3 साल हो गए हैं, तो फिर से ये बहाल नहीं हुआ। क्या इसकी उम्मीदें हम लोग कर सकते हैं कि आगे बहाल होगी या नहीं?
रेलवे का जो एक्सपेंडिचर बजट है नेक्स्ट ईयर, इट्स 255,393 crores, which is the highest ever. and it's a very substantial increase in recent years. So that is a very large amount of investment in the railway. So I think there is a very adequate provision.
जर्नलिस्ट के लिए कॉन्सेशन
ठीक है सुना
277 प्लीज
इसमें सीनियर सिटीजन और पीआईबी जर्नलिस्ट को भी जो स्लैब में रिवीजन हुआ है उसमें फायदा है. सीनियर सिटीजन्स को फैमिली पेंशन में स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन का फायदा हुआ है रेलवे में. अच्छा ठीक.
हेलो मैम, दिस साइड हर्ष कुमार, दिस साइड फ्रॉम बिजनेस.
वो बजट का फायदा जो दिया है सर वो भी तो मिलेगा सीनियर सिटीजन्स को और सबको, रेलवे में भी मिलेगा.
Hello ma'am, Harsh Kumar this side from Business Standard newspaper. Ma'am, during your speech you mentioned about the FDI liberalization. Can you give a bit detail about it?
We are trying to, since 2014, bring in ease of doing business in India, and in every sector where there was only 26% allowed for FTA, we raised it to 49, and then where it is possible we've raised it to 74, and so on. So there's been a consistent, continuing effort to relax our policy towards FTA. First it went sector by sector, then there was this approach taken so that most of which can go through the automatic route. So in that process, further simplification, if necessary, we are willing to do, is what is conveyed.
Also, ma'am, you have increased the Mudra loan limit to 20 lakhs, like that cap. So can we expect the increase in Shishu, Tarun, like their types increase? So how much it will be? Can you give detail on that?
We've said this only today. See how this works.
Okay, thank you.
I request you to please one question each person. 123 please. Here.
Shrimi Chaudhary here from Business Standard. I just wanted to understand that budget proposes withdrawal of equalization levy. So if you could just give some explanation of what led to that, what is the intention behind that, keeping in mind the pact between India and US which has ended on June 30th.
No, as the Pillar 1, Pillar 2 negotiations have been going on since 22. And since then, one of the things which was becoming more than obvious was, if at all we are going through this Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, which we intend to, the negotiations and the OECD, backed by the US administration, have all been pushing for this. We wanted a fair solution, so negotiations have been going on. But the point of contention from then has always been, should we collect an equalization levy then, if at all we are getting into this global understanding through the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. In any case, for India, equalization levy also meant for those who are living abroad that you were holding it, but eventually they're going to only adjust it somewhere. So in the interest of moving towards Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 solution, which the negotiations are still going on one aspect of it, on the other, in all probability, we are close to a conclusion. It was necessary for us, through the Parliament, to take steps to ensure that we are entering into that scheme of things without this equalization levy hanging on us, because this was important for us, but if it is a global system, this cannot continue. And therefore, with a positive approach towards the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, we've moved forward to inform the Parliament that we would like to close this.
270.
I may clarify that it is only the 2% levy which has been withdrawn. The 6% levy which was earlier imposed, that continues. that has already been collected. We'll see. I mean, it is only this withdrawal is only prospective.
Ruchika from Business Standard this side. Ma'am, the miscellaneous capital receipts have seen an increase in this budget to almost 50,000 crore. Is there the miscellaneous capital receipts?
Okay.
Can you share the government's game plan as to how will we achieve this increase?
The miscellaneous capital receipts are budgeted as 50,000 crore, which was like 23-24 also. It was 51,000 crore, the interim budget. Now it's 50,000 crore, 24-25, and this combines with all kinds of receipts which are otherwise disinvestment receipts, asset monetization receipts, and other kinds, which will be clubbed with that. So this budgeted figure is 50,000 crore.
Ma'am, very good evening. Sapna Das here from CNBC. Ma'am, two questions. On the incentive-like employment scheme that you have announced, 2 lakh odd crore is your overall fiscal envelope over the duration of the scheme. Could you give us a sense as to, we are already almost halfway through the current financial year by the time you pass the budget. So practically around 7 months will remain for the financial year. But any kind of an allocation that you have done for this scheme for this year, ma'am? One is that. And ma'am, just a corollary also on the miscellaneous receipts question, though not very much part of this budget, but nevertheless, ma'am, government had a very, kind of a bold privatization program. Do we understand that this is now being calibrated? That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
First question. As you rightly observed, there are only this is not a full financial year. The schemes have just been announced. They will now go through a process of quick design, appraisal, and approval. However, budget provisions have been made for these schemes, partly in the Ministry of Labour and Employment and partly in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for the internship scheme. So from memory, I can be corrected. I think it's 2,000 crores has been provided for the internships in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and about 5,000 crores has been provided in the current year in the Ministry of Labour and Employment. But we stand committed to funding them fully to the extent that may actually be required. These are just very rough estimates based on how much time it might take to kick off. On the miscellaneous capital receipts?
Well, I think in the interim budget, FM had announced, we are going for a holistic strategy for management of equity in PSUs. And I think which includes, value creation and also, using the performance, the capex, the dividends and consistent dividend policy and the capital management all together, and also the calibrated disinvestment strategy, which also includes listing and market dilution, but all together in a holistic way so that value maximization is there. I think the same strategy is going to continue.
122.
Hi, Rishabh with NDTV Profit here. I have two questions. One on the space fund that was announced, the 1,000 crore fund. What will be the composition of this? Which will be the nodal agency, and what sort of startups will the government invest in? And on the NPS, you also mentioned that the NPS committee has made progress in the speech. Could you elaborate a bit on that?
So we have seen that there's a lot of interest of the private sector on participating in the space program. Hitherto, the participation used to be on being a supplier to the space program, but now development of the satellite, mounting experiments there, they're getting into that space. And if you recall, even FDI was opened up in that sector. This is an attempt that Indian entrepreneurs, Indian startup who want to risk capital to get into that area, that should be facilitated. We believe that the amount is 1,000 crore, but that can have a very large multiplier effect. And that's what the scheme announces.
On your question on the, I think your second question was on the government NPS, right? So, as you know, there is a committee which is looking into it. The committee has done a lot of detailed calculations of the fiscal implications of different ways of addressing what are the expressed sort of priorities of the employees. We have been in dialogue with state governments. We have had discussions with each and every state government. We have met the staff side of the government has a staff consultative machinery, a formal machinery. We've had 4 meetings of that machinery to understand what are the staff's priorities. And our attempt is to design something that is fiscally prudent.
Right, Finance Minister there along with her team addressing a press conference after presenting her 7th budget earlier today, talking about the taxation, answering various numbers of questions from the media regarding the budget and certain changes, how people in the new tax regime have been rewarded, also the announcements of special packages made for Andhra Pradesh and as well as Bihar, and the thrust on job creation. We'll slip into a short break and return with more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access